What's up, Broncos Country? It is draft night! Oh, we have waited so long for this. Here we are right now, side by side, with my co-founder of the Orange and Blue Network and my best friend, getting ready to watch the Denver Broncos in the draft. I am so pumped. I know you are. And I know all of you are. So, guys, let's get ready to go. This is the Orange and Blue Network Draft Mega Show. Let's friggin' go. What is up, Broncos Country, and how you doing, Orange and Blue crew? Welcome to the Orange and Blue Network Draft Mega Show. What's up, Rob? How you doing tonight?
Hey, man, I'm glad to be here. I know it's been a while since I've been on a show with you guys, but you know how it is. Life happens and, other priorities get in the way. But it's draft night. We're here. We're going to see who Denver's going to pick up in the first round. And honestly, I'm hoping we don't trade back. I'm hoping we either trade up or at least use our pick at 20 and get something good.
I don't know. I'm a little. I'm driving. I don't know about. I may want to trade back, but you know what? I will agree with you. It's been a while since I've been on the pod too. And like you said, other priorities get in the way. I work on Tuesdays, but we're all here for the Orange and Blue Mega Show for the draft, and we are here. We already got Dave Young in the chat. About damn time. Dave Cool Glassman. Yo, make sure the glasses are full tonight because it's Bronco. He says, let's effing go. Jorge Montoya.
That's George. It's George. From our network. One of the Broncos bros.
Let's go. And we already know Billy Timmons. Good evening, brother. Miss you, brother.
Miss you.
Salute. Hope you're doing well. Oh, so you do the comments too?
I'm driving this.
Excuse me.
So, anyway, guys, this is so exciting. The draft is on. We're watching it live with you right now, ready to react as the Denver Broncos make their selection. Before we get into it, guys, we got to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way. If this is your first time here and you haven't already, please like, subscribe, share, comment on the Orange and Blue Network, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Check out the audio version of all of our podcasts wherever you find your favorites. Also, we are partnered with the MHRT Network, so please show them some love. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, even Instagram for MHRT Network. Like, subscribe, share, ding the notification bells so you know when our networks go live and you don't miss any of our awesome content. Of course, we also have to show some love before the draft starts to the sponsor of the Orange and Blue Network, and that is Dubby Generalist Energy Blend. You can see the link in the bio below. Dubby is amazing stuff, comes in a ton of delicious flavors, enough caffeine, 2 cups of coffee worth in every cup of Dubby, enough caffeine to give you the kick in the ass you need to start your day and keep going without the jitters or the crash later. Dubby's amazing stuff, but you don't get the jitters and the crash because there's no sugar. There's no calories. There's no maltodextrin or filler or artificial colors. It's nothing but amino acids, B vitamins, and nootropics, keeping you sharp throughout your day. That's one way to get the dub. But we're going to make it even sweeter because at the checkout, you're going to punch in code NRWOB10. NRWOB10 gets you 10% off your order. So, guys, go check out Dubby. And we've already got the draft on the screen up there. Travis Hunter's in the back room doing a little jig. We Broncos fans. We Colorado sports fans. We know Travis. We love him. God, I wish we had the capital to go get him, but we don't. And that's okay. But, man, I mean, it's electric. Isaiah, you and I, we were at the 2019 draft together in Nashville, Tennessee. The atmosphere at a draft for the fans, for everybody involved, is pure electricity, is it not?
I actually think it's more fun for the fans. It was more fun for us. And I think it'd be for the players. Because the players, they get their moment, but everybody's looking for their team. Everybody's looking for the player. The player comes up, gets his name called, gets his moment, and he's gone. You don't see him anymore. But for the fans, you're there seeing every pick, every reaction, every team's strategy on play or in the public, seeing it before you, whether you got it right in the prediction or whether you didn't. And it creates a different environment, a different atmosphere, a different experience for the fans. And it was just absolutely fun. So to be able to put that, to come here every year and actually do the draft and see it live is excellent. And it's a special show today, Johnny, because not only is it the first night of the draft,
it's Isaiah's 29th birthday today, too, everybody. Woo!
Happy birthday, Isaiah. Everybody give him a round of applause.
I am old.
Listen, you're not older than me or Rob, so you can shut up right now.
Before Abraham, my ass.
Oh,
I'm old. No, but there's no better place I would love to spend my birthday than with, obviously, with Johnny and the family. But here live with you guys, with Bronco Rob, the Orange and Blue Mega Show, and the rest of you guys watching. It's live to watch the Broncos pick 20, trade up, trade down, trade back, then trade back up into the first round. I don't know. And it's such a wild card draft. Yeah, and we get to actually see, okay, Cam Ward goes number 1, that we know. Okay, well, what about 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? Are there any wild cards like Michael Penix last year? So it's definitely going to be an interesting night. Bronco Rob, what you say? Would you say you hope you don't want us to trade back? What do you want to trade up or trade back?
I would rather see them either trade up and get somebody like the running back out of Boise, or stay at 20 and just get best player available. You know, we haven't had a first round draft pick in a couple years, thanks to, you know, the name that shall not be said, Russell Wilson. But, you know, we finally have a first round pick. I want to see them do something with it. I want to see them get something, whether it's a running back that we need or it's best player available. And welcome to the show, Jay Weaver.
Hello. Hello.
That ain't gonna work.
Let's go.
Look at you rocking Travis Hunter.
Lil Wayne is in the house. Lil Wayne just got up to the draft, I think on a bicycle. On some bikes. So that's
that was Roger Goodell too.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's right there.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne's right there. But no, Bronco Rob, I like what you're saying. I need my vape too now that I think about it. Guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Shut up. Just watch it. Here's how it's going to work, all right? And we'll tell Titus.
While they're pulling Roger Goodell.
This is how it's going to work when we get once we really get started here. Hold on. All right. He's Roger Goodell welcoming everyone in. We don't need to listen to him. You know, open it up. We don't need to. I'm going to say, all right? So the way that we're going to do this so that the chaos doesn't get too chaotic is, we try is like, everybody kind of like, do your best to just not talk over one another, give everybody their chance to speak. We will all do our very best to do that, right? And I know we will.
I won't.
And you got to get up, take a piss, get a drink, find your vape, do what you got to do. But we're ready to go here.
No, I choose every time Johnny talks tonight, I'm going to choose to talk over him on purpose.
You still want your birthday gift? You still want your birthday gift? All right, shut up. Anyway. All right, so Jay, how has your day been preparing for the draft tonight?
It's been good, man. There's a lot of.
Oh, Jay. Jay, you're frozen.
Oh no, am I really?
No, you were for a minute. You were for a minute, but you're back with us now.
Okay. I was gonna say I am on data and not on my Wi-Fi, so I'm hoping it's a lot better. But Dude, the draft's going to be great. I'm super excited for it.
Oh, for sure, bro. For sure. It's good to see everybody. Broncos Fan for Life comes in. It's time, Broncos Country. Say so hyped. My mama, Jay's on. She comes in saying, "Hey guys, exciting time."
Mama Baki.
The Mama Baki. Let's see. We got Bonkers Broncos in here saying, "Get this thing over with." We love the draft, man. I'm so pumped to be here with doing this with everybody. I'm really excited, Rob. So what's been going on with you while we wait for this right now?
Hey, man, you know it. Just working my face off and just trying to take care of the family, take care of my son, take care of my mom. Still working 2 jobs, so that's unfortunately why I haven't been. I'm trying to find the live draft on the TV here, and it's it's Draft Central. There we go. All right, I got something.
There you go. Go to NFL Network. That's where I'm at. All right. So, until Isaiah gets, once Isaiah gets back, of course, he'll be part of this. But I'm going to ask you guys now, as we're waiting on him, as we're waiting for the first round pick to go off. We've had months and months of speculation, mock drafts, all kinds of chit chat and talk, and hopes and dreams and everything else. So, Rob, Jay and I have had a lot of chances to talk about this. Rob, what is your greatest hope for at least for the first round from the Broncos today?
Well, I'll be honest. I haven't unfortunately been able to do as much research as the rest of you guys, but I think a great move would be to trade up in the first round and go get that running back at a Boise. Honestly, any of the top running backs. We had our running back, go to Dallas. So we're a little light in that area. We got Estime, we got McLaughlin. We need somebody else in that room. We didn't go out. We didn't pick up a free agent, which was surprising to me, to be quite honest. But if that doesn't happen, I would like to see best player available.
I mean, sure. Although, I will say this. As high as Ashton Genty is, who's the Boise State running back you're talking about, is predicted to go, we're talking like pick 4, 5, 6. For us to move up from 20 to that to get him is going to take everything we got. I mean, it's going to be a lot, especially for one player, especially for a running back, and especially for a running back with so much wear on his tires, man. He took so many snaps in college. It would make me nervous to trade that much capital to move up for one guy. But that's just my thoughts. Jay, what about you? What is your absolute we got Tennessee Titans on the clock right now. Jay, what is your absolute hope for today for the Broncos? What's going to happen?
I think we can't use this opportunity that we have flexibility and leverage finally in an NFL draft, and we don't have holes like we do, but they're not like immediate. That we don't need a future pass rusher, we don't need a future quarterback, we don't need like a tackle. The big positions we don't need. So I feel like this is going to be really hard for us to screw up because there's a lot of different routes, and I know that. On the Mic'd Up show earlier today, me and Johnny were talking to Camilleri and Cam Parker about how all the positions that could go, and there's a lot of them. Like we're not dead set on a running back first round,
right?
So there's a lot of things.
I mean, on Tuesday, you and I didn't draft a running back at 20 either.
Correct.
Yeah, I remember that show. Yeah, I didn't draft.
So a lot of different things could happen. I'm excited to see, the mysteries of the first round, because Adam Schefter also put out today that there could be bombs, explosives, I guess is the exact word he used, explosives in the top 10 here. So our whole world might be shaken up and another thing I've heard is veteran players being traded today. This is a perfect opportunity for a lot of under-the-radar veterans that you wouldn't think are even available to get moved.
Yeah. Seattle was talking about a couple of their running backs might be on the trade.
Kenneth Walker Jr., sign me up. If that's our running back plan,
Brees Hall. I saw Ryan Edwards mention that the compensation for Brees Hall would be maybe a 6th or 7th. I was talking to Johnny. I was saying, hey, let's say we get a running back, because I'm on board with you, Jay. I don't think we need to get a running back in the first round.
No, I don't think so.
I think with Sean Payton's inner triangle, or let's say some depth on defense, maybe. I think definitely going maybe a receiver would be good. Maybe another tight end, but I don't think running back's necessary with how deep this class is. And like you said, we just got a first round pick. You don't need to use it. You don't have to use it for that. So I definitely agree with you. But like I said earlier, we're a true wild card. And Sean Payton's played the game well. There's reports that we're looking to trade up. We're looking to trade out of the first. We're happy where we're staying at. Nobody knows. But I think if there's a running back run, if like Omarion Hampton and Ashton Jensen gone within the first top 12 to 15 picks,
they will be.
We may stay at 20. Because the only team that could really be behind us, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, Washington Commanders. I think that's the only other team behind us that could draft a running back in the first.
We've heard Jaguars too.
If the Steelers get a quarterback in a different manner, the Steelers they just lost Najee Harris, and they're a run first offense. So if Pittsburgh does not go first round quarterback, look for them to maybe go running back unexpectedly.
Interesting. Yeah, you know what? I could see that because they don't have many holes. They still have a good defense. They don't have many holes in our defense. Maybe they could get an offensive lineman, but who are they going to get at 21? They want to go Ray Zabel.
Ooh, yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah, Jay is really high on Gray Zabel.
I love me some Gray Zabel. If it happens, I'll be elated.
The pick is in for Tennessee.
The pick is in for Tennessee.
Okay, can I ask, what's your time so that we can sync up and make sure that I'm on the right page here?
There's no time on it.
There is no time on it right now. Ian Rappaport is on the screen right now.
Okay.
I am saying.
There's my middle child popping in to say hello, everyone.
Watch this. Watch Cam Ward. It's actually going to be Shedeur. We're going to shock the whole world.
Yeah, Shedeur.
For the chaos. Johnny doesn't want us to do any chaos, so let the draft be chaos.
Whatever. Shut up. Anyway, we got Broncos fan for life saying Broncos trying to make a push to jump in jump higher per sources.
Sources.
But here's the thing. Isaiah and I were chatting about this in my backyard while I was cooking our steaks earlier. That's right. We're going to do Mile High Menu tonight.
I haven't even had dinner yet.
Oh, no. Well, we'll still get to that. But you can jump out to get dinner, of course, whenever you need to, brother. But we were talking about this, and there are sources that saying that Sean Payton and George Payton are saying this and that. They said everything, and there are sources saying all things in every different direction because that's what Sean Payton does, man. He creates – he puts out crazy false information all over the place.
All right.
And then just,
here we go.
Roger Goodell's on the podium.
All right. Roger Goodell's walking up. Hey, Titans been horrible. That's how the last first round was.
Ashton Jensen.
Cam Ward, quarterback.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, no, not at all.
That one caught me off guard.
I'm so shocked. Cam Ward to the
man. What a curve! First pick curveball.
Whoa! And Will Levis, poor Will Levis. I mean, he didn't see that coming.
Man, do you think they talked to Will before they made this pick?
I don't know, man, but he's gonna need a whole bunch of mayo to feel better after this one.
And therapy. And therapy.
I still find that so weird that Will Levis drinks coffee with mayonnaise in it. That's so
is that real or is he joking?
No, that's real.
That's
wow,
disgusting.
You see this? Billy Timmons points it out, and it's absolutely true. Watching him walk through the tunnel right now, He looks disappointed.
No, I don't think that's the case because I guess he was on the Switch Live and he was naming like all the top 3, top 5 positions in the current league, and he named all Titans players. Like they asked like top 3 receivers.
Okay.
He put Treylon Burks.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's cute. No, God damn it. Watch the language, bud. They let the dog in here.
This is a
Oh my
family show.
Trade Jacksonville. No way. What's
wait.
Jacksonville gonna
Be
do?
quiet. Wait, we're behind. Where do you get this information? Where's my phone? I'm panicking.
Wow.
Hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, we're behind you guys, it looks like. So we need to sync up.
Wow.
Wait, tell me when tell me
The
like
Browns, I got this on Twitter. The Browns and Jaguars are trade. Browns receive 5th overall pick. 5th overall pick, 36th overall pick, 2nd round, and the 4th round and 2026 first round pick. The Jaguars receive the 2nd overall pick.
Oh no! Oh no! Does that mean Shador Sanders is going to Jacksonville?
No way.
No.
Trevor Lawrence, you better watch out, dog!
Yeah, it works. Are they getting Ashton Jenkins? There's the trade right there. It's popping up.
all right. Tell Jay. Give me a place. Are you and Rob pretty much at the same spot? You guys confer. Get in the same spot, and then we'll have you pause so we can get
There it
to
is on the screen right there. So they
Yeah,
got.
I got the trade from Ian Rappaport's Twitter on the screen right now.
That's pretty good.
It is literally the only place I did not want Travis to go for sure was Jacksonville. Because they beat the crap out of people, man. It's just, I'm so mad.
Why?
It's where careers go to fly, dude.
You
Because
thought
I don't want
Cleveland
to
was
see
better?
Travis killed. I don't want to see Travis killed for his first couple years in the league. And he's
thought
going to get
Cleveland was better?
destroyed.
Cleveland was
Yes.
better than Jacksonville?
Yes, absolutely.
I got 4:50 on the clock right now.
I got 5 minutes.
Here, tell me right where you are, and pause.
4:40.
All right. I will tell you when to start.
Okay, so everybody's mock draft just went to crap. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Well, yeah, everybody's mock draft just went to
My
crap.
buddy that's a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, I said, Jags just traded up to number 2. I said, holy shit. He said, Jags, we need a kicker.
They traded.
Yeah, that's what you do with the number 2 overall pick is get a kicker.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, the Jags traded a lot. They gave up a first-round pick to move up 3 spots.
Yep.
How is this the quarterback? That's so stupid.
I mean, if it's for Travis Hunter, a unique player, then everybody's saying that's what you do. But I think giving up a next year's first-round pick to move up 3 spots,
It's great.
Yeah, that's way too much.
That's way too much for a skill position. That's a
I don't
quarterback
think
trade.
if that's how much you're charging to move up 3
You know what?
spots,
Here's the thing, though. That just shows how desperate they are.
what else depends on the player, too.
It's a
No,
super young GM. It's like the youngest GM in the NFL. And so he wants to go get the video game guy, Travis Hunter, the most popular player.
It's just like the Jaguars general manager in the movie Draft Day.
It is.
It's exactly what he did. He's like, come on, you know you want to do this, let's do it. And he's like, and he like mutes the phone and he's like, he's young, it's his first year, he's gonna do it. He'll bite.
Can I just say that Kevin Costner did awesome in that movie?
That's crazy. Yeah, so we're saying, so they were talking about, so was the Jaguars talking about picking Ashton Jenkins at 5 a smoke screen for moving up at 2? Or are we saying that when Adam Schefter reported earlier that Cleveland was taking calls and it was from, and then we were talking about Jackson? Yeah. Are they picking Ashton Jenkins at 2? Or they wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have to move to pick Ashton Jenkins, would they?
No, they wouldn't. They were 5. They were ahead of the Raiders. That was the whole thing. Is like the Raiders are gonna, that would be a big person for Genty to go to. This tells me, honestly, that they were not happy with getting Genty, or they think Genty will be gone in the 3rd or 4th pick here, which would be mind crazy as well.
Okay, wait. Does anybody actually think that the Jags are going to take Shador?
No.
No.
Definitely not.
No. Trevor Lawrence is their guy. Trevor Lawrence is their guy. He's their only. He is their franchise. He is who he is their guy.
He's on a huge contract. He's got a huge contract.
But isn't Trevor Lawrence coming off of an ACL injury? Didn't he get injured towards the end of the year?
Last year. He got concussed. But no, I don't think so. I really don't.
Dude, Travis with the pink suit. Fire.
Hey, so who are the Browns picking at 5 then?
I don't know.
What if the Browns take
the
running back Genty?
It's possible.
That would make sense.
Actually, Dixie to replace Nick Chubb.
Yep.
That's what I would go for.
Oh.
So
He's like, oh shit.
I'm like, oh, that's
here comes the devil. I mean, Goodell, the devil, to the podium to get the pick. Let's in. Okay, no, never mind. He's
so
mad.
Does that stop Cleveland from moving up into the first to pick 20 to draft Shador?
Probably.
Not necessarily, but it would be a lot harder.
Well, they're moving back, so they have more picks.
True.
So if they want to move up to 20, they have more ammo to do so.
It's true.
So they can still draft Shador and Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Genty to Cleveland.
Yeah. And then you get Shador if you want.
And nobody thought of that one.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, because the Jaguars in Cleveland just took everybody's mock drafts, wiped their butts with it, and then threw it on the floor.
And I guess if they want to move up to 20 against Shador, Cleveland's playing chess and moving smart now.
Absolutely. Our good buddy Michael Yost is in the chat. He says, let's show up this offense, boys.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah,
it just shook up everything.
I think, you know what? I think same thing that happened with George Payton after the Russell Wilson, Nathaniel Hackett. He kind of straightened back up and has been great since. Same thing might have happened with the Browns GM after Deshaun Watson. He kind of straightened back up when you have the lack of resources.
All right, here he goes. He's about to get the pick. He's got the card up. Let's hear it.
Who is this? This dude is huge. No. Jay Flex in his jersey.
This is what year it is.
Travis Hunter went to
Oh,
Jay, just grab his jersey and start tearing, bud. Just tear. Jay is insane. Oh my God, poor Jay.
Jay, take a lap. Take a lap, Jay.
Oh no.
I hate Jacksonville. So if you recall, you have Laviska Shenault, who was a stud as a Colorado Buffalo. He went to Jacksonville right out of the gate, and they just absolutely destroyed him as an athlete. And I just have really bad fears.
Oh, look at Travis coming out of that pink jacket, man.
And he's really happy. Honestly, I think he's just happy being in the
Well,
front.
yeah, he got drafted at number 2. Of course he's going to be happy.
True.
Wait till he gets to training camp.
But as a Buffaloes fan, I can tell you that's just Travis. That's just who he is.
Here's what I didn't know. I did not know that he was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school, but he went to Jackson State.
Well, he went to Florida State. He went to Florida State for like a couple weeks.
But then when Deion Sanders announced he was going to be making the move to Colorado,
he took him from Florida State.
I thought Travis Hunter was a guy at Jackson State that just so happened to be really, really good and developing that, but he was the guy from Jump Street. He's always
he was a 5-star recruit.
Oh, yeah, I learned that recently. Oh, I like that for him. I like Florida on him. He's from the South.
I just got the tweet. The tweet saying that the Jacksonville Jaguars plan on playing him both sides of the ball. that has
I
already
thought
been
so.
released.
Well, I mean, hey, that's what makes him special.
Well-
is that he is literally the best wide receiver in this draft, and simultaneously is also the best cornerback in this draft.
Yeah, and I've been thinking
So-
about it more and more today, no homo, and I think that
You gotta say that.
I didn't think that he would be special. And I thought about what I've seen. I'm like, he may actually be that good on both sides of the ball.
Maybe, I mean, this is tinfoil hat time here, but maybe Cleveland was not going to put him on both sides. I know he made that a huge deal to all prospective teams. It's totally possible. Very, very crazy.
Travis getting interviewed right now by Jamie Erdahl from Good Morning Football.
Okay, so the Giants are at 3. Are they going Abdul Carter, or are they deciding to go Shador, Jameis, and Russ?
That's a good question. It's not going to be Shador, I don't think.
So I don't know why, after being burned by Saquon Barkley going to Philadelphia, why the Giants wouldn't just select Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Who do they really have?
Well, they want to shore up that defense. I don't know why. Because Brian Daboll needs to save his job. And I think right now the best bridge quarterback in the NFL is probably Russell Wilson. So, but they don't have a long-term answer. So
Yeah.
I don't know why they wouldn't draft Shador.
I don't know. We'll find out because New York's pick is already in.
Because if Brian Daboll is like, hey, we're going to go Russell Wilson, what does that mean for the future? Or is the owner's people say, okay, and for next year?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Russell again, Arch Manning, or you going to pick top again to get a quarterback? I think it's try and make the playoffs year or try and do something. But I think Brian Daboll knows this last year.
So here's a real take from an actual Jacksonville Jaguars fan. My buddy said, "Son is a lifelong Jags fan. I have greater hope that Trump will act humble."
I know that's
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you're both pretty. Stop fighting.
Children.
No.
Don't make me turn this car around.
I am prettier. Richie agree with me in the comments. He says Daboll should take a swing and draft Sanders. He literally has nothing to lose. If the quarterback fails, he's gone anyway. He's a great coach. So why not risk it? Yeah, I think he'll get a job somewhere else. If I had to predict, let me see who's in the hot seat this year that could be out next year that might have Brian Daboll next year.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe he is a Jaguar.
Jeez, Jay, it's over with.
Jay, you're not allowed to get any Jaguars memorabilia, so just stop.
But I do like that Florida pick for him. No state taxes. All right, the Giants look happy. Brian Daboll is smiling. Abdul Carter.
Travis Hunter.
Rich Eisen must be listening to the podcast, or he must have me in his ear because he's repeating everything I'm saying. Hey, Rich, keep talking if I'm in your ear.
Dude,
All right,
who do you guys think the pick is?
Abdul Carter.
I agree.
Abdul Carter.
Boom!
Hey, so Shador, where's Shador going? He's dropping down.
He's
All right,
Yeah.
if the Patriots take Shador Sanders, I'm gonna be pissed.
No.
They're going to go Will Campbell or
Shador's gonna fall. That was kind of to be expected.
are they going Will
What?
Campbell?
Why does Abdul Carter look like Kanye West right now?
He looks like a mixture of Saquon and
He's gonna be really good. Really good.
He looks like
you're better than Von Miller?
he looks like a cross between Kanye West and Neo if they had a kid.
I would, if I'm the Patriots, I'm going with Will Campbell. I'm not going to go with Will Campbell. There's no other option. You need to protect Drake May. You got Stephon Diggs. He wants the ball all the time. But, only receiver he's got. Now, if you go Ashton Genty, I get it, but you don't have anyone to block for him. you're just going to waste his rookie year.
No,
And like Johnny said he's already got a bunch of carries, a ton. So if you put him in the NFL and give him the ball, and he has no O-line, he's going to get beat up by stronger, faster.
Well, I mean, and the thing is, the running backs that ran, they run out. And when you did a lot of running in college, your years in the NFL are likely more numbers. Rich saying, here's a hot take. Giants trade back up. With Shador. He just said trade back up. He didn't say for who.
yeah.
It looks like right now, if nobody's trading up, Shador just made far for the Steelers, and you know what? I like that fit for the Steelers.
It's a good pick for the Steelers.
I think you have Arthur. I think what Sean Payton says philosophy, the greatest assistance for a rookie, young quarterback is a good defense and a run game. I think the Steelers have a good defense. They have a good coach. They have a good culture. You've got 2 good wide receivers. Get your running back in this draft. Your offensive line is decent. I think that's a good fit for Shador. I think he'll get along well with Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin can get along well with Deion Sanders. Mike Tomlin's used to dealing with divas. Not saying Shador is, but his father has that personality. And I think that that's going to be really good for him.
These Giants fans are losing their minds right now.
What are they mad at?
What are they saying there, Rob? Be our Twitter guy while Jay is out.
Oh, I don't have Twitter pulled up.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got a report from Mussini. Browns taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick. They're open to moving down again. So what the Browns are doing is they're smart. They understand their salary cap. So they're just accumulating picks, accumulating picks. And so draft number 5, you may still get Ashton Jenkins. Don't be surprised if Denver, if the Browns are on the clock, or when they call on the clock, don't be surprised if Denver is calling number 5. That's not Jacksonville. Now this is Cleveland. Cleveland just wants picks. Yep. Deshaun Payton decide, hey, I'm going to go get Ashton Jenkins right here. Jump the Raiders. I don't have to worry about Jacksonville being the wild card for Jenkins. We know if he gets to 6, the Raiders will go. Yep. So Deshaun Payton decide that I'm going to jump up and I'm going to get him right now. Or do the Browns trade back again and get more picks? I like what the Browns are doing. I think one thing about – I'm going to stop talking after this. No, you won't. It's been a long time on a pod. I love the competitiveness of teams this year. I'm rooting for the Broncos, but I'm also rooting for them. So I like the smartness and the intelligence of what the Browns are doing. Sure. Give me more picks. One thing I'm rooting for teams who take huge dead cap hits. We did and try and recover. Yes. Because we set the blueprint for that. Yes. So I want to see teams do that because it means they're following us. Yes. Who do you guys think the Patriots are going to take it for?
Well, I've got the draft cast on one monitor, and they said best available is Genty, but the best fit is Armand Mimbao from Missouri.
I think this is going to be
tackle.
I think this is going to be Will Campbell.
I agree. Pick is in.
And yes, I'm probably going to butcher half these names. So,
yes, Bronco Rob.
Yes, sir.
Hey, show off that hat. Show off that hat. Hey, give me a 4-3-6. What does it say on that on the other side? The other side. Hey guys, go ahead over to the store and you can get that hat. I was looking at that hat and I was like, hey, is that a hat from our store? And I was like, yeah. No. That's not from our store. That's not from our store? Hell no.
No.
That's a new era cap, dude. I have one right hanging right over there. It's exactly like it.
But that's our logo, is it not?
No.
That is
That is the Broncos logo in neon.
That is more close to our logo.
No, that is not at all our logo.
I'm also
Isaiah, where are your spectacles?
I'm literally colorblind. I'm legitimately colorblind. Where is your pants?
Wait a minute.
Quit yelling at my kids.
Because you guys gonna have a no pants party over there?
Wait a minute.
You want to say hi?
Wait a minute. Aren't you in law enforcement? How the hell are you in law enforcement and colorblind?
No, I'm not.
Oh, all right, my bad.
I'm not in law enforcement. but I am colorblind. Say hi, guys.
The Baki Boys.
The Baki Boys.
This is
Oh.
who Johnny was accusing me of yelling at. You see how hurt their feelings are?
Oh, yeah, they look devastated.
See how hard they're crying? That's Bronco Rob, and you guys know Cousin Jay. We love Cousin. Look who it is.
Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. Love you, man.
We don't have audio, but Patrick says hi.
Hi, Patrick.
You guys say hi to Patrick?
I'd have my son here, but he's at work.
Different life, Rob.
My son's a lifeguard, so he's chilling by the pool with all the drunk, disorderly people.
All right,
Wendy
we
Peppercorn.
gotta hit the comments real quick here. We got D-Rock. He's in the house. He says, "What is up?" It's good to see you, D-Rock. And then he goes, "I know that's not the guy from the west side." Also, gang signs on this show. What's wrong with you? We got Uzi Goozy saying Bronco Rob, orange and blue fire and a hat.
I believe that is my coworker, Alex Guzman. What's up, Alex?
All right. Cheers. Mr. Richie Rich says, "Mr. Henderson, get glasses."
No, I see fine. I really am colorblind.
So Rich says, "Jay, here's hoping the kids take after their mom."
Now here's
Here, Richie.
In the offseason, they added 2 defensive tackles, a cornerback, a defensive end, a linebacker,
Yep.
a tackle, and a center. So they added a lot. They used their money. Now they have a tackle, they have a center. Now, if you want to if I'm the Patriots, I go Will Campbell here, and I for sure trade back into the first row receiver. The selection team is coming up. We're gonna see.
I know what the pick is, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Don't do it.
Actually, Dinty. Will Campbell.
Yep, there it is. The tackle.
Now they reading their O line similar to the Chicago Bears. That's good.
Yeah.
You get Drake May, some protection. Now if I'm the Patriots, I'm calling the Broncos at 24 receivers. Because they've got Stephon Diggs. They've redone their O line. They've revamped that defense. I was talking to a Patriots fan at work. This is what we're talking about.
He doesn't like Bo Nix.
The same reason why
He's a fool.
The same reason why Broncos fans don't like Jaden Daniels. It's that 2024 class. And here's what we said. In 2025, every single quarterback that was drafted in 2024 will be starting. Okay. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, Drake May, Jalen McCarthy, Bo Nix. Every single one of them will be starting. And none of them will have an excuse. We get to see every single one of them start from 0-0. Who's the best quarterback out of the draft? And that's one of the things we're talking about with him saying Drake May is the offensive line and some weapons.
Bo Nix
with a tight end in the run game. We get to actually see Michael Penix gets to start. J.J. McCarthy's healthy. Caleb Williams has an O-line. We actually get to see from beginning to end who's really the best quarterback.
Yeah, Jay knows I got to do it now. I got to do it now.
I thought you said go, Bo, go.
Yes. And so, like I said, I like the competitiveness. I'm happy for the Patriots. Patriots getting good back in football. I want to see all those rookie quarterbacks get the O-line, the defense you need. And because we play Jaden Daniels this year.
Yep.
And do we play any other quarterback?
Yeah, we play
Caleb Williams. So we actually get to see who's top of the line.
And
Who's really Bo Nix.
And it's gonna be Bo Nix.
Yes.
Dude, side note, Will Campbell looks like such a goober.
What, Jay, you're not all about that green pinstripe suit?
No, the whole MO on him was that he has really short arms, and you can absolutely tell just by looking at how disproportionate his arms are to his massive body. Kind of crazy.
He's a big guy, yeah. He's kind of weird that way, but dude, that plays well in his position.
Not for tackle, because if you come up with an edge who has longer arms, it's harder for you to use your grip strength in your hands. So
seriously, now you can't not see it. He looks like a T-Rex.
Well, now everybody's saying he might, same thing with Mekhi Becton, he might end up being a guard.
Yeah, maybe. Jay, we have one We have a specific question here for you from Michael Yost saying, Jay, what is your opinion on Sanders? I'm worried there's a chance he could be a dud in the NFL. We have seen QBs that were great in college but fall apart in the league. He's emotional.
Yeah. Dude, quarterback's all about fit. It's all about the system that you go to, and it's all about a team that actually believes in you. So Shador is falling right now because I think of a value perspective. I don't think it's because some of these teams aren't in love with him, and that's why they talk about the Giants jumping back in, Cleveland jumping back in to go get him. So it's one of those things where if he goes to the right team, he's going to flourish. But I've always said Shador ultimate like wild card quarterback because he could be literally like a top 5 quarterback in this league in the future, or he could get destroyed from injuries by holding on to the ball too long and, in back of a really bad offensive line.
Yeah, knowing what he did at CU, you definitely saw him hold on to the ball a lot like Russell Wilson used to.
Yep, correct.
Just holds on to it way too long. Now, granted, he does have great escapability, at least for right now. But, that's
pick is in for the Browns. I think Shador.
Hold on. The pick is in for the Browns. I've got something for this that I just created.
I think Shador.
Hold on. Just time out.
Oh, wow.
I think Shador is going to have a better career than Cam Ward. Although Shador holds onto the ball, I think he's a lot more comfortable in a pocket and more accurate. You might be Teddy Bridgewater. And Cam Ward kind of reminds me of Jameis.
Yeah, a little bit.
And so, although Jameis has had a longer career, I think Teddy Bridgewater is a better quarterback. I think you put Shador. I think Shador in the Rams system. If you give Sean McVay Shador.
Well, and that's why I say fit, man, because
Shador's a top 10 quarterback. If I'm being honest, give Matt Floor Green Bay Shador. Yep. And I think he'll do well. I think you put Shador in Washington Commanders system where Jaden Daniels was with less running. I think you do it. I think if you give Shador to Sean Payton, I think he's perfect for Sean Payton's system. Timing.
I'm so happy.
We have our quarterback. I love Shador in Colorado. I love everything he did. But no, we have our quarterback. Bo Nix is my quarterback.
Yeah, I say we take Shador at 20. All in favor say aye. All right, said. Settle.
Yeah, okay.
Round selection. Okay, who we gonna find? Ashton Genty?
I don't know. We'll find out. Let's go.
Are they gonna jump the Raiders? Jump the Raiders. Please jump the Raiders. Jump the Raiders.
Shut your mouth. Wow. Defensive tackle.
Wow.
So then Jackson. So why didn't they just take Mason Graham at 2? And I guess they wanted more picks.
They get more picks and save money, man. That's a big difference of pay, too, for a rookie team.
Real quick, my mother showing you some love here. Isaiah says it's his birthday. You can talk all you want, Isaiah. I'm pretty sure me and the other guys completely vehemently disagree.
Thanks, Mom. Nope, it's my birthday. I can talk all I want.
Yeah. No,
I can talk all I want.
And Pimmon says happy birthday, Isaiah. It's time to give you the pink belly.
No.
Pink belly, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right here on the show. No, can you get in trouble for hazing your best friend on a podcast?
I will turn it. No, you won't. But I will turn this into a narrative that will be unforgivable.
Hey,
I will have them marching in the streets.
Hey, just turn the camera up, and then we can just hear you smack him on the belly.
Yeah. You think that's going to stop?
Hi, Henry.
The words that are going to come out of my mouth because you can't. Oh, there's a kid. Hi, Henry.
That's Jason, my little cousin Henry. What's up, buddy?
We're being appropriate on the show. Hi,
All right. We got a question here, and I'm going to field this one first. It's from Michael Yost. It says, what do we know about Travion Henderson from OSU? So,
what don't we know?
Yeah, I know. So Travion Henderson is probably where we have the potential to be picking the best pick we could get at running back. I think that the guy that's rated above him in Omarion Hampton is actually, after a lot of review and a lot of study, is actually overrated in my opinion. Travion Henderson, he's fast, and I mean fast. Like that dude can hit the second level quick. He's a great explosive. He's explosive. He's got a low center of gravity, so he's hard to take down. Ball forward, and he is a very, very reliable pass catcher.
He is the best feature back in the draft.
Absolutely. Not the best running back, feature back.
If you want a feature back, if your offense is running back by feature, like you always have two, you want Trayvon Henderson, it's the other running back.
His pass pro is so good.
So good, and it's not a tell. I think going back really quickly to Cleveland, this does not stop Cleveland from jumping back for a quarterback. They decided to go defense. They didn't go Travis or Abdul. They decided to go defense. So they upped up their defense. Their offensive line is good every year.
And they got an extra first and second for that. What a steal! You got the
they
player
got
you wanted anyway.
They fleeced that new GM in Jacksonville. They dropped not only was it 5, they got an extra first and second for that, and they have plenty to jump back into the first if they need to.
That's
and
insane.
you got all those teams in the first. So if Denver doesn't want to go for 20, they're asking too much. Mm-hmm. There's a bunch of teams that want to move back, that are okay with trading back in the second, or so giving away a first round pick. Yost moving smart.
Yost says he's on his way to help give you your pink belly and finish watching the draft with the homies.
These homies here, or are you going to come?
No, he's talking about us.
All right.
Are you coming? You're still in Campbell, right? So, I mean, it's only an hour and a half drive. Get your ass over here.
He's literally going to retire.
So,
he's going to be Sergeant Major of the battalion unit.
I know, right?
That'd be crazy. Sergeant Major yells. I'm like, fuck.
Rich letting us know Captain Jack is at the draft. That would be Captain Jack Rackham, the super fan Raider fan. We know and love.
Dude.
And where's our super fan? Is he out there?
Raiders are on the clock. Boo!
Dude, the Raiders are going to get Genty. I just have a sick feeling.
Twice a year. Oh, my God.
I have a sick feeling about this.
And if the Chargers get Loveland, we'll have to face Loveland and the Chiefs. And if the Chiefs get Henderson,
what if the Raiders take Sanders?
Oh, well, I mean, that's possible.
I don't know here, but the pick is
imagine that the face trigger.
I don't feel well about this.
Coastal Loveland.
I don't feel well about this.
Here it comes.
Damn it!
Oh!
Damn it!
Okay, but is anybody actually surprised
No,
at all?
They got the
No, but I hate the Raiders that
They got
much.
beast mode.
Yeah,
Beast mode is back.
I don't want them to get that.
Rich says it right here. He could be their version of beast mode.
Yeah, I want them to be stupid.
It is their Marshawn Lynch, and that is going to work so well for them.
I mean, he is going to the Raiders, so now we can just hope maybe he goes to jail.
They have a play. Well, now they're play action. Not only with their running back, but they have a play action with Brock Bowers too. And Geno Smith is one of the most accurate quarterbacks. And he puts up numbers every year. So now he has a system he's familiar with. A running back that was the best in the draft. An elite tight end that was probably the best in the NFL last year. Mm-hmm. Now their defense is complete garbage. So maybe they're like Cincinnati where they have to lose 54-53.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Neither do I.
Oozy Goozy says F the Raiders.
That's right. That's right, Guzman.
Yeah. Which says now Genji just needs to spend some time on the strip in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's going to the Raiders, so there's a good chance he'll get arrested within the next.
Unless he's a Christian, I want him to. Never mind.
So let me ask a question here. So with now new information, if we are presented with options at 20 and we were on the fence before, does it not influence our decision to know that we're going to see him twice a year as to should we draft a defensive lineman, a linebacker, something to counteract what we're now going to see? And now we know.
An absolutely excellent question, Jay, and one that I was actually about to ask.
Well, the only thing that we would do is draft a defensive lineman, but he'd be a rotational player at best.
Future starter, DJ Jones on 1 year.
Not this year.
So Jones is on a 1 year contract. So is Malcolm Roach.
I mean, me personally, if you want to counter it for a starter, trade up for Jihad Kim. But
I would agree. Hey, I'd be all right with that.
But if you want to counter, I mean, at this point in time, I don't. Defensive lineman. but also I wouldn't mind going to Mecca and Duke at 20.
Yeah.
I'm just
Dave
saying,
Black.
Ashton Jesse comes from military families. Yeah,
I know.
we have to
I watched his story. He actually has one of the weirdest paths in the draft I've ever seen. His dad was in the Navy, and he was and he actually spent some of his formative years trying to, not be able to play football as a middle schooler in Navy facilities.
Hey,
So,
Johnny.
Yeah.
So the one thing we can count on is that Pete Carroll's the coach, and if the Raiders are playing the Broncos and they're on the 5-yard line, they won't run the ball. They'll try to pass it, which means Pat Surtain will have a great pick six. So
I'd be down for it. We got Dave Glassman. I know he was talking about something different before the pick, but I still agree with it. Agree with it after. Raiders gonna do Raiders shit.
Yeah, their defense is gonna be trash.
So
Uzi Goozy makes a good point for fantasy league now.
yeah, now I can't draft Jenny in fantasy.
Absolutely not.
Richie said Kenneth Grant. Would I be disappointed
For a defensive lineman at pick 20.
Oh, the Jets pick is
Tyler Warren. Hold on. It's early. Wow. I'm not going to say it out loud. What? Look at me. So you can hear. Look at me.
this is the Broncos Daryl Mooney, right? Like, this is essentially a version of George Payton.
Guys, I just got word.
Where did you get the word from?
I have an inside source who just
Who
called
is your
me.
inside source and are reliable?
Yes, they're inside Broncos building. So they just called me. This is what
Yeah, I bet they
Tyler Warren, the Jets did not draft Tyler Warren. So he might fall to the Colts. And that means Colston Loveland may fall to the Broncos at 20. Okay? That's developing right now. Waiting for the guy in the building, the Broncos. You don't know him. He lives in Canada.
Yeah. Look at this guy. Oh, God, you sound like a kid in high school. Yeah, my girlfriend in Canada.
Oh,
She's rich like
after drafting Abdul Carter, the Giants picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's fifth-year option. So they're playing smart. They decided, hey, we're going to go ahead and keep him. Kayvon Thibodeau, we're not going to replace him. You know, I think they got Brian Burns they had last year.
I don't remember. Let me check the comments here, see where we're at. We got Broncos for life. Greenlaw and the boys. It's time to tackle a demon.
Yes. And then play for that gameplay action. If Jim Harbaugh did it, Sean Payton did it. Yeah, these old veteran coaches, these old winning coaches, they know what they're doing. They come in, they know how to make it tough.
Yeah. I don't know
CFC.
if y'all noticed, but I fixed it because I'm not sure what happened. I had it set up this way earlier, and then it's apparently changed somehow. But I've got our font changed again to the Broncos font. And it should be for this show. It was meant to be for this show. So it looks good now. Let's see here. So, yeah, no. There's a lot going on. A lot is there. So far, guys, I mean, I'm going to ask now. I'm going to start with Jay. Jay, there have been some toss-ups, changes here that we weren't expecting so far. How does, in your opinion, how does this affect us in 20?
I don't think really a whole lot has changed so far because I think the teams that have selected may have changed in order, but the players, as far as the big board, really haven't changed a whole lot.
Yeah,
we all knew Genty was going to go to Vegas, if the situation called for it. I think that was going to be the guy no matter what. It'll be interesting now where we've moved on, Johnny, like we spoke about the other night. of the other player we would trade up for, the other player that is very desirable to a lot of other teams, Tyler Warren. Where's it going to go? Like, there's going to be a movement there, I think.
So Isaiah just found 2 different reports. One, it's a spoiler, but the Jets are not picking Tyler Warren. That's the report is. 2, there's another report that says the Broncos are desperately trying to trade up in the top 10.
So and that's coming from Diana Rossini.
Tyler, maybe the Broncos may be trying to trade up for Tyler Warren.
Here it comes. Here comes the pick.
Tackle.
Armand Membu from Missouri, the tackle. So Tyler Warren's on the move back, and we're now at pick 8. Tyler Warren, was expected to go before 10. If Diana Rossini is right, and the Broncos are making a push to draft up to the top 10, who knows? We might see Tyler Warren in a Broncos uniform.
I don't know how I feel about that, guys. What do you guys feel about
you get Tyler Warren. That is instant A+ draft.
That's that 21 personnel Sean Payton wants.
I just want a tight end that isn't going to get fucking hurt.
Yeah. Well, that's not okay. You get Tyler Warren. We've already got Evan Ingram. We've got him for 1 to 2 years, right? So, based on his injury history. But he is a veteran. He is amazing. And Tyler Warren is the kind of tight end could be a difference maker day one of this year. You give him a chance to be in there with Evan Ingram learning and everything like that. That dude's gonna be an absolute animal.
Now, all right, what do we give up though with no running back?
That's my question: is what are we giving up if that's happening? Because
no running back yet.
Well, I mean, we have to at least give up our second. At least that bothers me. I don't like that. I mean, to move up that much, you have to give up your second at least.
That's why I said, hey, we saw what the Jaguars gave up to the Browns to move up 5-2.
Yeah.
So if you're going from 20 to the top 10 for a tight end with no running back.
Guys, our feed to the draft is frozen. Okay, no, it's back.
That's what now. If they're doing that, I'm assuming Sean Payton. I know for a fact George Payton came this out and said, "Hey, if we do this, what running back can we get with this pick that we have left? Can we trade back up into this with what we have left?" I'm not. If she's right, my question is, she's still reporting all this. The draft's going on.
Yeah.
So you're not trying to smoke screen nothing now. I don't think.
Yeah. We got Mark from Georgia in the house saying, "What's up, my guys? What's up, Mark? Good to see you, my friend." Also, our game day hype man for the upcoming season, Sean Vargas in the house.
Sean hype man.
What Broncos gonna do? Don't know yet, but there's been so much. It's been shaken up a little bit. The draft has not fallen exactly as a lot of people had predicted. They could just about do anything right now. Let's be honest. So, Rob, I asked Jay, and I'm going to ask Isaiah after you. In your opinion, based on the way that this is falling, where we haven't really expected there's been some unexpected movement and things have changed a bit. What do you think is the current position of the Denver Broncos?
Well, I mean, if the reports are true that they're trying to get up into the top 10, I think it's definitely going to cost them a bit to get up there.
A bit.
Like you said, Warren is still on the board. The tight end from Michigan is still on the board. Yes, we have, Ingram, but I still think tight end is a position of need for sure. But, I mean, honestly, I think the only thing that is surprising is the teams that have moved. You know what I mean? Like, that's the surprising thing. Right now we're still sitting at 20. And like I said, I just want to see us do something in the first round. How many years have we gone by and not had a first-round pick? You know what I mean? I just want to see.
We had one last year. We got Bo Nix, but still, yeah.
Right, but didn't we have to trade back up into the first round to get him?
No, that was our pick.
Oh, that was our pick. Yeah, we were sitting at 12 and got him at 12. It was that he was expected to go in. They expected him to go in the low 20s, and we took him to 12.
Stay off Twitter. They're ahead of us. It's spoiled. I'm impressed, but
Yeah, but I like Rob's thoughts on this. Well done, sir. Isaiah, your opinion. Real
It's
quick.
me, Mario.
Oh yeah. All right. Sorry, I forgot to do it. Hang on. The pick is in. So let's hit it. All right. So Isaiah, while we're waiting for them to announce the pick, no? You're walking away. Yes. Isaiah's definitely going to get me and him more beers. So we can make some more Boilermakers up in here because that's our tradition.
Two Boilermakers.
Two Boilermakers. That's my favorite. That is my favorite beer-based drink in the world is a Boilermaker. And it's my birthday. It's his birthday. My favorite drink in the world is an old fashioned. I love a good old fashioned. Look at Rob rocking the old fashioned right there. There it is.
With the bullet whiskey stuff.
Those bullet ice.
Yes, sir.
Yes, dude. Oh yeah, I see those. That's wicked. I like that.
And I'm drinking it out of my glass that my son got me for Father's Day.
Nice. You're a good father.
I try. I don't feel like it all the time, but I try.
Honest truth, bro, none of us do all the time.
I do. I was just built different.
Isaiah's just built different.
We're the one guy on the show right now with no children.
That's why I feel like I'm a good father all the time. It's real easy.
Here you are, my friend. You poured the beer, I poured the whiskey.
I just imagine the kids I would have.
I gotta take a little bit off top.
I imagine the kids I would have, and I've never made a mistake. So,
is that a good thing or a bad thing, Isaiah?
All right, hold on.
They were disciplined from the womb.
We'll drop our Boilermaker after the pick comes in.
Do you guys think this is Jalon Walker?
No, I believe it's a receiver.
T-Mac. Terabytes McMillan going to the Panthers.
That's a good pick.
Here's to you. Happy birthday, my brother.
Boy.
And tap it, drop it. Whiskey into the beer, baby. Whiskey into the beer.
That's a good pick by Panthers. That's a really good pick. That's
a good pick for them.
I like that pick.
Yeah,
For
that's
them,
a good
yeah.
pick for them.
That's Jay for them, yes.
Well, I mean, hey, it shuts up everybody saying the Broncos are going to take T-Mac, so that takes
I like
for us.
I like Bryce Young. I like Evero in Carolina.
I think that's just way too high for him.
I don't. I knew he would go somewhere around there.
So let's look here real quick. This is the big board that I built for the Orange and Blue Network. All right, let's look at who's off the board already. We got Travis Hunter off the board. Abdul Carter's off the board. Mason Graham is off the board. Armand Membou is off the board. This is by the way, when I say this is our Orange and Blue Network big board. This is not like downloaded from somewhere. I built this.
We built it together.
No, don't even try.
We built it together.
No, I spent hours on this.
I was there with
Will Campbell is gone. Ashton Genty is gone. Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, is still on the board.
Who's next?
Terabytes McMillan is off the board.
Tyler, everybody else.
So yeah, everybody else is still on the board. You still have from the top 10. You still have from our top 10. You still have Will Johnson, Tyler Warren, and Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, still on the board.
Saints
Oh, man.
next. The Saints picks are the
Saints are in.
Are the Saints going to trade back?
The Saints are.
It's in.
Not yet.
Well, we haven't had that announced.
Saints. They're going to go receiver. No, they're going to go defense.
I think they go defense.
They lost Marshawn Lattimore. I think they go Will Johnson. Or a pass
That makes
rusher.
sense.
Let's go to the Will Johnson or a pass rusher. Shy Vargas coming in saying the Broncos need a running back. Absolutely. I don't think there's any truer statement in regards to our Broncos than that right now, Shy. We definitely agree with you. Rich says, I bet T-Mac can catch the beer the owner of the Panthers throws. That's funny.
Currently, best available is Jalon Walker.
Hey guys, we have 36 people right now. Go ahead and hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss video. Guys, we got a lot of people in the chat. Fill up the chat. We guys got you guys watching.
There it is.
Orange and Blue Network Mega Draft Day. You gotta hit that thumbs up, that like button, guys. We are here for you. Y'all are here for us. Hit that thumbs up, y'all. We are here for the totality of the first round.
Subscribe and ring that little notification bell so you don't miss any of our
and we haven't
stuff.
decided tonight, but you know what? We may have a live if we're picking in the media for round 2. It may not be me. It may not be Johnny. It may be any of us that are on the Orange and Blue Network that may go live tomorrow. So you guys got to hit that thumbs up, hit that notification bell because you don't want to miss this draft. If you like this one, you like the other ones, guys.
Hit that thumbs up. All of our stuff is good stuff, man.
All of it.
We have good stuff across the board.
I promise I'm a part of this show. I don't just show up on occasion.
You do.
When they need kind of juice, Johnny will send me some money. He pays my fee. I come in. I do the show.
Hey, Isaiah is a VIP, okay? He comes on when he has time available.
Exactly.
Yeah, he helped found the Orange and Blue Network and then just disappeared.
I said, hey, I'm going to get you started. And,
get me started.
I'm going to dip out. See, I'm not – there's so much Shador on screen. I'm not worried about Shador because, like Jay said, it's fit. It's fit. And
hey, I'd rather go lower, make a little less money, but go to a team where you're actually going to be, to a team that's going to use you to the best of your ability.
Yeah, he's going to go first round.
This is the team that Prime specifically said in multiple press conferences that's what they're hearing is that it's New Orleans for Shador. So this is an absolute stop. Dude, Derek Carr is hurt. Derek Carr is not going to be okay.
Nola only had 15 touchdowns last season and missed 7 games due to injury.
Nola's perfect. New Orleans is absolutely perfect. I think it's
Nolans. Say it right, Nolans.
Nola.
If he goes there, if he does not go there, then he's gonna slip down. Like it's gonna be our pick, Steelers pick. But this is his last stop.
Pick is it.
Yeah, no, I'm actually gonna throw it up as soon as we see Goodell making his way to the field.
Yeah.
That's gonna be with our little pick is in video. That's gonna come up as soon as we see Goodell making his way to the podium. All right, here it is. All right, guys, here we go.
Saints Kelvin Banks Jr.
What? Wow! What? Wow! Wow!
I love this draft.
Hold on. I got to bring up our big board here again. Let's see what we were like. I can't remember if we even had Kelvin Banks in our on our draft.
So,
okay, wait. I got to.
Yeah. We had him at 15.
Tyler Warren falls again. So now the Bears are up. They need a running back. I think Tyler Warren goes to the Bears.
I think Tyler Warren goes to the Bears. The Bears would be stupid not to draft.
I think Tyler Warren goes to the
Bears.
Bears.
Honestly, I think that puts a halt on anything the Broncos could want. Anything of the Broncos trading up.
Colts 11 to the Colts at 14.
Wait. Hang on a second. So the Bears are on the clock. Then there's the 49ers. And then there's the Cowboys.
Omarion Hampton can go.
What if Shador goes to Dallas?
No.
Hey,
No.
Prescott is good, but he's getting up there in age.
I'm being honest, guys. This is unpopular. I hope Omarion Hampton gets drafted. I don't want Omarion Hampton on the Broncos.
I don't either. I would rather have Travion Henderson.
I don't think Omarion Hampton fits the Broncos. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't even think he's the second best running back in the draft. I'm probably the only one out there that thinks that.
No, you're not.
I think Trayvon Henderson, Quinton Judkins, Caleb Johnson are better than Omarion Hampton.
Benjamin Albright said yesterday in some X comments that this Banks kid from Texas would be a very surprise early rounder. Like, this was going to be people's surprise. He was completely forgot.
Albright was right. Nice. Bears are Albright was right. He went number 9 to the
That's crazy.
The Saints, and so the Saints, they're replacing Trevor Penning. So now they got some protection. Now the Bears, the Bears revamped their offensive line. Are they going to go Tyler? I think they're going to go Tyler Warren. They could go Omari Hampton, but the draft is deep. They can go ahead and get a nice, good tight end for Caleb Williams. They got the receivers. They got the O-line. Now they get a tight end.
Oh, hold on. Here we go.
Are they about to sing? One of these things. I've heard of that.
Tyler Warren still got 10 now. Oh, they're talking about the schedule release.
Everyone's talking Chernobyl, San Francisco.
So, okay. They're talking about schedule release 2025. So I was actually about to hit the little pick is in thing. Now, wouldn't it be something if I don't think it's going to happen, but wouldn't it be crazy? Because this draft has already been crazy, Jay and Rob. This draft has already been batshit crazy, man. Wouldn't it be crazy if the Bears valued Colston Loveland above Tyler Warren, took him instead, and Tyler Warren dropped even further?
That wouldn't be crazy. There were quite a bit of people, and Isaiah would probably know this better because, he's a Loveland guy, but there's a lot of people, like I said Tuesday in the big board that I was looking at, there was like 2 spots difference between them overall in the entire draft. So
That's right.
Dealer choice.
Absolutely.
Hey, Jay. So Denver plays the Jaguars at home this year. Travis Hunter coming to town. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be defense. It's gonna be Pat Surtain versus.
Honestly, I would absolutely go to that game. That might be up on my list of, like, if I'm attending a home game, I'm going to that game. Jacksonville and Denver.
Oh, did you see Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
You better get both their autographs, Jay.
Well, I saw Travis earlier this year in Lincoln, but it was the worst game in the entire world.
Yeah, Jay, we're not even going to talk about that damn game, okay?
I want that defensive tackle from Nebraska, Ty Robinson.
He's a beast.
All right, so the Bears their pick is in. Here comes Roger Goodell, so let's throw it up. Shut up.
We don't want to hear a story.
Steve McMichaels lost his battle with cancer yesterday.
R.I.P.
Please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers.
Starts.
Mongo's
Johnny, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. I was saying something.
the fourth pick in the 1975 draft. The Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates.
Oh.
Yeah, McMichaels, Mongo, as he was known, he's a Hall of Famer.
Walter Payton went to Jackson State?
Maybe. I think so.
Do you know how many of the greatest of all time came from HBCUs?
Yes.
Walter Payton, Shannon Sharp.
Yes.
Chicago Bears.
Yeah, we can't talk about Shannon Sharp right
Barry
now.
Rice.
Yeah. Shannon Sharp's a bit of a sore subject right now.
That's literally my cousin. I can't talk about my cousin on the show.
Shannon Sharp's a sore subject right now, bro.
Yeah, it's a bad.
I can't do my family now.
There is bad taste in mouth.
Should I even disrespect my family in front of you? Oh, now I have to disown them.
Yeah. Here we
Tyler
go.
Warren.
Wow.
I said it. I literally said it.
Wow.
The Bears take Colson Loveland instead of Tyler Warren. Wow.
I hate that we have to play Chicago, and I love Colson Loveland. That's an excellent pick for them. That's a game changer because he's a separator. They got some weapons in Chicago.
Wow. I didn't. I mean, I said it. What if they did? But I didn't necessarily see that coming.
Hey, I think, honestly, and this is probably just recency bias, I think we have to go with the Mecca Book at 20 and get some weapons. Because we play some of these teams, and these guys got some weapons.
Warren to Denver.
We got to make the trade up if we want that. But
I mean, at this point in time, who else is going to take Tyler Warren?
anybody with a
Colts.
brain stem.
The Colts can take him at 14.
And I was going to say anybody with a brain stem would take Tyler.
The Colts are probably ecstatic. The Indianapolis Colts are probably absolutely happy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we have to go at Luka.
We had to make a trade with Miami at 13 if we want Tyler Warren.
See, but they were looking at a tight end as well. Miami was. So it's not a tight end for us.
Nope, I don't think so either.
That's crazy.
Colson Loveland going before Tyler Warren changes even more. I mean, mock drafts are completely out the window now, bro. Like, gone.
Thrown in the trash. Colson Loveland's going before Tyler Warren. Hey, but here's what I said. I said this a long time ago. I said Colson Loveland was tight end one over Tyler Warren.
I know a lot of people have said that.
I said that from the beginning because I went and I watched this film. I said, there's no way. He came from a Harbaugh system, so you know he can play inline. He's the best separated tight end out of college that I've seen in a while.
Yep.
And I'm like, you're telling me this dude isn't tight end one? Caleb Williams has no excuse, and now we have to play them. Damn it.
It's all right. We got both.
Yeah, but aren't you rather or glad he's in Chicago and not in LA with the Chargers?
LA. Yes.
San Francisco had their pick turned in.
Damn it, Colson Loveland would
Walter Nolan.
Hey, it's what we picked at 20 on Tuesday, Jay.
That would be such a John Lynch, like, in the trenches. They do it right over there. They know what they're doing.
They're supposed to go Jihad Campbell, but I think he might go to the Bucs.
That's what I think, too. I think he goes to the Bucs.
If he falls to 20, man, if Jihad Campbell fell to 20, I would sprint to put him next to Drake Greenlaw.
Loveland over Warren. That's nuts.
Shocking, right?
If you know ball, Loveland over Warren. If you know ball, Loveland over Warren.
It's so surprising.
It shouldn't be if you know ball. That just means you don't know
I know ball.
I know ball. Surprising.
I'm talking about the way that this whole thing has been mocked for months.
There's injury concerned with Loveland. Like, Warren was the more safe pick. He's got a higher floor than Loveland.
Well, Loveland played the whole season with his injuries.
Yeah, but he has injuries. Like, that's the thing.
My contract isn't messed up. I predicted all of it so far.
All of it?
Yeah, even the trade with Cleveland and Jacksonville. It was the last minute trade I just did right before they picked.
Shut up.
Isaiah's behind the draft, all of it.
And yes, I am sitting here with my steak knife and I'm eating steak, okay?
Yeah, I forgot. Have you eaten?
Rub it in my face, Johnny. Rub it in my face.
I was starving. I just we didn't even. Matter of fact, while you're eating, I'm going to go ahead and take this. And you go ahead and take care of it. John Vargas says Sean Payton needs to do something. Tyler Warren's on the board, but I don't think he's getting past the Colts. The Colts are ecstatic. They got exactly the guy they wanted. Uzi says good call on Loveland before Warren. I think he's talking to you, Johnny.
I didn't say I disagreed.
Or no, you saying Loveland goes before Warren. You said what if Chicago goes Loveland before Warren? I think he's talking to you when he said good call.
Yeah.
Richie says, I bet they take Loveland, and he was correct. Shai says, Broncos need Travion Henderson. I don't. It seems like, now, me personally, I only have one running back graded for the first round. That's against me. And every other running back fell to the second. But I think with the Raiders getting Urgency and the Chicago Bears who is playing getting 11, I think we go and spook at 20. I think that's where it's fall. Yeah, I want to any adjust. Who did you say we were going to get at 20 before the show started, or in the beginning of the show?
I just want best available. Honestly, I didn't say anybody specifically. Because that's the problem. That's the problem is we can have all the speculation all we want. You know, we can say, oh, Denver's going to get this player, Denver's going to get this player. And all it does is it takes one domino to knock the rest all out of whack.
So you still going best available, or do you want to – you feel like you're getting specific? Is there a certain one you think you're honing in on, and you're like, okay, I think the way the draft is falling, this is what we're going to do, or you still going BPA?
Well, I don't know because, I mean, I still think tight end is a need. So if Tyler Warren is there at 20, then yeah, absolutely. Pick up Tyler Warren. But he's not going to be.
No, he won't get past 14. But I'll pick tight end. Now, that's definitely going to be later rounds now. But you know what? This is why we signed Evan Ingram, though. This is exactly why we – could you imagine we did not sign Evan Ingram? We would have had to trade him. But we did. So – we don't have to worry about getting we don't have to panic about a tight end in the first round. We can get Tyler Warren. All right, guys, the pick is in.
Hello, from the United States Forces Japan. I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States.
Okay, so they're showing our fellow service members there. Yeah.
Breathe.
Introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
The San Francisco 49ers draft pick. Back to you, Agreement.
So here's the commissioner now with that pick.
Rob, call it. Who they getting?
I have no idea.
Remember, we got Jihad Campbell. I'd go defensive tackle.
It's going to be Walter Nolan.
Jay, Walter Nolan. Johnny, Jihad Campbell. I say defensive tackle.
Jalon Walker.
Jalon Walker.
Jalen Walker?
That's the best available linebacker.
I doubt it.
We were all wrong.
H.
What?
What?
Did they just get the Bosa brothers together?
Yes. And at the same time, they lost Dre Greenlaw. No. They replaced him with Jihad.
No. Did Jordan Bosa go to San Francisco or did he go to Buffalo?
No, he went to Buffalo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
He went to
okay.
Buffalo. You're right. Sorry.
Oh, that's a really good pick.
But still, at the same time, you just lost Dre Greenlaw. Don't you think you'd want to sit there and not?
They like their backup linebacker. There was another linebacker that played for Dre Greenlaw next to Fred Warner, number 56. They really liked him in San Francisco. So, and I think that's why they didn't pursue.
Let me see it. So looking at our big board, we had him on there, Jerry. Know that.
Yeah. Does Dallas?
Yeah, we had him at 12, right where so pretty much they took him one pick before.
Hey guys, there's 8 picks left. Johnny, look at this board. Go up, look at this board real quick. Go up to the top 10. The whole top 10's gone. No, there's Jalen Walker.
Will Johnson's still
Will
there.
Johnson.
So you got Will Johnson. Remember, this is our big board.
So there's Jalen Walker, according to our big board. Will Johnson, Jalen Walker left. Go to the next big board.
And Tyler Warren.
Go to the next one.
So you got Mike Green, the edge from Marshall. James Pierce, the edge from Tennessee. Shamar Stewart, the edge from A&M. Kelvin Banks already went. Luther Burden, the third, is still on the board.
Cowboys going to take Matthew Golden.
And then, Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas, is still on the board. Loveland is gone. Derek Harmon is still on the board, and so is Malachi Starks.
So there's 8 picks left. The Cowboys are on the board. I think they're going to get Matthew Golden. The the quick is about to be in. We can have, I think the only person, we have all the running backs. If they get Matthew Golden, we have all the running backs. Tyler Warren is still there. He won't get past the Colts. Matthew Golden, I think that's going to pick. So we have Amarion Hampton, Travion Henderson, Emeka Egbuka. We can get whoever we want. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't think we have to take a running back in the first.
Look in here. Uji Guzi says if Amarion Hampton is there for us, is that the pick?
No.
I hope not.
If Hampton is there, if I'm being 100% honest, and I told Johnny this, I think we start the running back run. If Amarion Hampton is there and we pass on him, I don't think another running back is taken in the first. It's possible. And that means we can trade up. That means there's more running back saved for the second. Hold on. Matthew Gordon.
Wow. See, they just had offensive line retire.
Yeah, two. Jack Martin and Tyron Smith. And I tweeted that. I tweeted that like 3 days ago when what's his name retired, Tyron Smith. I said they might have to go offensive line first round. That's a good pick.
That's a
good underrated pick by the Cowboys.
Necessity for them.
They had to replace. Hey, so the running back's there. So hey, the Cowboys was the last one for a running back, right? No.
Yep. Well,
before us?
Well, yeah, no, before us. Yeah.
So there's Amarion Hampton. Travion Henderson is still there. So every running back we need in the first is there.
I feel really bad for Indy because I think Tyler Warren's going to be a Dolphin.
A what?
A Dolphin. I think Miami's going to get him sneak up here.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. They need a tight end, and they're one of the ones we were saying.
They need offensive line too.
They were one of the ones we were saying, Jay, that would be a competitor for tight ends against us.
So now that I'm looking at this, do not take a running back at 20. You're the last one. Don't take one. Get a Emeka Egbuka. If Jihad Campbell's still there, past Buccaneers.
Wait. Emeka Egbuka, but if Luther Burden III is still on the board,
no. I think Luther Burden. If Luther Burden doesn't, I wouldn't be shocked if Luther Burden lasted to the second round. Emeka Egbuka is a better fit. He's a better fit.
I would agree with Isaiah. I think Burden's going to slip farther than you think.
Okay. I think Emeka Egbuka is a better fit. He's a better. I think the thing that makes Emeka Egbuka over Luther Burden is Emeka's pass block. It's his run block. Yeah, he's a really good block. And that's the thing about Ohio State. Their running backs and receivers seem to be great blockers.
Yeah. Shia is coming in also saying Sean Payton needs to do something.
So there's no running backs on the board. Only one running back. I think there's only one first-round graded running back.
That would be Amarion Hampton.
No,
but
you said one first-round graded running back.
No, left. One left.
No, I just said one left.
Oh, well, there is one left.
I'm
not saying that. I agree that he
I don't think there is one. He is. I don't think there's one left. I think the running backs are gone.
Just in the top 25 best players that are left, there's Amarion Hampton and Trayvon Henderson that are still available as far as running back goes.
Yeah, and we can still trade back into the second. Yeah, trade back into later in the third.
And let's not forget, Shador is still on the board.
Yeah, but we're not going to touch him.
Oh, I know we're not going to touch him, but still, it's Shador Sanders. He's probably mad as hell right now.
No, I think he expected it. I don't think this.
It was expected.
I think
it's been all over every social media, everything that he was going to drop. He should not be surprised at this point. You know that the report came out. At least I heard it today that he changed his cell phone number, and like teams don't like that. Like they were talking about it this morning on GFMB or GMFB. My bad. That like coaches want to be able to get a hold of you if they're going to draft you that day. To call you up and be like, "Hey man, you ready to be? You want to come be with us?" And this week, like 2 days ago, he just changed his cell phone number and didn't give his cell phone number out to anybody
except for the team that he wants to call.
And so, I don't think he should be. I know that's not a deal breaker. I'm just saying that, I don't think he should be surprised that he's dropping.
I don't think he's dropping because of that. I think that
not because of that.
I think some people said he dropped was because Cam Ward pro day. And I think some people say his coming from NIL is a little bit more flashy personality, less humility than most quarterbacks. Decided the Giants were like, which going to go to the player.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's only 2 quarterbacks, so it was either hit or miss. It was 50-50.
Jay, what do you think?
I think this is all best thing for him, honestly. It's great to get drafted where you're not a franchise saver that is your first 5 picks in a draft. There's so much less. That's why, like, for Shedeur, I would not want him to be in Tennessee. That's a terrible situation. That's only going to ruin Cam Ward.
And that's a great point. That's a great point. You know, because like to your point there, if he goes to, say, Pittsburgh, 21, right? Then they need an upgrade at quarterback for sure. But he's not. But the franchise isn't going to be looking to him to drag them out of the dregs.
Yeah.
But if you're going to Tennessee, if you're going to New York, the New York Giants, they're looking to you to be their,
the face, everything.
Like your Messiah.
I think if he goes to the Steelers, they expect him to do what Russell Wilson did last year. 10-6 playoffs as a rookie. I think that's acceptable for Shedeur Sanders and the Steelers as a rookie. I think that keeps Mike Tomlin's job. I think that would help Arthur Smith maybe get a head coaching job.
Yeah. And
get out of there. Because what I want to see, just as a football fan, I want to see the Steelers with a pass-first offense play. What does it look like when the Steelers get in the shootout with pass? With, they're air raid team.
Yeah.
Jair, what's up, boys? I haven't been able to watch in a while. Good to see y'all in the draft.
Yep, it's good to see you, Jair. And Jair also agrees with you. Facts, Jay. So there you go. I don't know, man. Like the Miami's pick is in, and the Colts are on the clock.
If you're Miami, Tyler Warren would be a huge upgrade and such a dynamic player with Tyreek Hill, with Achane, with a healthy Tua.
Yeah, they still call Tyreek Hill by his real name. Piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true. He is.
Fair enough.
Oh man, but that makes so much sense for the Dolphins. McDaniels is a San Francisco, disciple. Shanahan.
He's from the Shanahan tree.
And Tyler Warren would be his George Kittle. It would make perfect sense.
Absolutely. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. But
Jihad Campbell and Metcalf Luka, those are the only 2 picks. If you're not going to get those 2, trade back and get more picks for the need.
I was going to say,
or you could get a defensive tackle, and I'd be very okay with that.
Walter Nolan's still there.
I'd be okay with that. I'll be okay with that only under one exception.
Derek Harmon is still there, by the way.
And Kenneth Grant. And tomorrow,
I like Grant more than Harmon. I think Harmon's going to be a second rounder.
They're just like it was with our draft on Tuesday, Jay. They're still there.
True.
So,
I think tomorrow, I think tomorrow we'll trade up in the second.
I agree.
If we pick 20, I think we trade up in the second.
For the running back.
Great and valid points that I got to make about Shedeur falling to a better franchise. To the Steelers?
Well, I think one thing that has showed us over the draft the last few years is the pick doesn't matter. The team does. Bowden showed that. Last quarterback drafted in the first round, everybody thought he was a second round grade runner. Ended up taking this team to the playoffs, and that's the franchise.
I think Grant.
Here we go.
Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren doesn't fit McDaniel's system.
Tyler Warren.
Oh, wow. Wow, Tyler Warren's still on the board. He won't.
That's insane.
I know he won't, but still, it's just shocking how this draft is falling. It's perfect for the Colts.
There's no one that wanted anything better. Destroyed UFC.
Do you need a minute?
No, there's nothing. Caught me off guard because I was actually expecting to go Tyler Warren.
No, he's a defensive tackle, not a guard.
But
Johnny, I just saw your text. That's hilarious.
Right? Yeah, no, we're not gonna say it on the air though.
I don't think We don't have to trade up for anything. We can only trade back now. We're not going those.
Dude, look at how excited Kenneth Grant is right now. I mean, he is losing his mind. There's Mama, putting him right there into the chest where he started. And
well, I will say this. Omarion Hampton is there at 20. Listen, I don't want to draft him at 20.
I don't either, but if they do, again, I said this on Tuesday, and Jay remembers, in Peyton's, I trust. If they decide to, there's a reason.
See, I'm a non-Hampton person, regardless of where it's at.
I don't want
20
to.
is technically good value. If a blind team's picking him at 20 based upon big boards and mock drafts, like that's actually justifiable. If you believe it, I just don't.
Like what's on Omarion Hampton at all. However, what I'm saying though is that if Sean Payton and George Payton feel that that's their guy and they make that pick, I'll be fine with it because I do trust in their process and in what they see because they have both shown us that they are that they are more than capable of picking the best pick for us. So
I'd rather draft a book at 20 and then trade up tomorrow and get like Quinshon Judkins. Yeah. I'll get Caleb Johnson.
I would much rather, and I said this on Tuesday, I would much rather Caleb Johnson than
Caleb Johnson. He's a bigger every down back. He can do both.
He's got insane balance. He bounces off of tackles, and he doesn't necessarily have the speed, but to get to the second level, like in the flash, like Travion Henderson. But man, does he find that hole? When he finds it,
if you draft,
he makes something happen.
If you draft Ibuka and Caleb Johnson, I don't care about the rest of it. I'm ready for the season. You've got Ibuka starting. And then you have Caleb Johnson, the inner triangle for options.
This is snap. This is
Tyler Warren.
Yep, there goes Tyler Warren to the Indianapolis Colts right there, guys. There
bitch.
They weren't passing him up. Real quick, we have a new name in the chat, which means we got to toast our newest fan, the newest member of the Orange and Blue crew, the Note Bartello, straight out of 20, way too high of Hampton. Could draft Harmon, maybe Henderson, as good as Hampton.
That doesn't say the Note. That says then Ote.
Then it doesn't. Shut up. Thank you for joining us. And
Isaiah, that's it. You're cut off.
Yeah, for real. No more. What did Deadpool say to Buck in Deadpool 2? No more speaking lines for you. Yeah.
Cheers. Welcome to the Orange and Blue Network. Cheers to you.
We call them the Orange and Blue crew.
I think the Orange and Blue Network.
I know. We call our fans the Orange and Blue crew.
I know that. I'm scared. Don't tell me about that thing. I'm scared when it was written.
I know.
I think Henderson's too high for 20 as well. If at this point we're at pick 15, only one running back has been taken, there's no need for the Broncos to start a running back room and get him at 20. Because I strongly believe if Omarion Hampton and Travion Henderson are there at 20 and we don't take either, I don't think either will be taken.
The tight ends are off the board. All right, like there's no tight end for us at 20. Our three greatest needs are running back, tight end, and defensive tackle. All right, and so
the defensive tackles on the board.
So the defensive tackles on the board, you've got Harmon on there. You've got you got Derek Harmon on there.
Go to the next one.
You have what's his name? The one that we picked, Walter Nolan, who I like way better than Derek Harmon, by the way.
Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant's gone.
So that's it.
So I mean, you got those.
No, one more. I think we have edges. What is it?
In
Tally Williams. You had Tally Williams.
Yeah, but you don't.
He's second round.
Yeah, but you're not taking him in the first round.
So just Walter Nolan.
What is the name of that? I think he's an offensive lineman. I think he plays for Florida. That ginormous individual.
Yeah. I can't think of his name.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
He probably go fourth or fifth round.
Yeah, he's a fourth or fifth round pick. He's enormous. Yeah, he's a brick wall. But as far as his draft grade, he's not.
That's too big for him.
His athleticism holds him back.
This is the first time. Now Atlanta is on the board. This is the first time
they're going to take a quarterback.
I think they're a quarterback.
Well,
this is the first time I've seen
They could.
This is the first time I've seen time for a team. It's been pretty quick so far. Every team's pretty much known what person they want. It's the first time I've actually seen time count down.
I was going to say, Isaiah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is like, again, the order is different of where these players went, but like the same players should be gone right now. This mock is totally normal, actually, for really what players are available right so far.
Correct. Yeah, I think they take Mike Green. I think they take an edge, Mike Green. That's why I think they had 31 sacks, the second lowest. So I think they go Mike Green, defense. And I think with Walter Nolan and who else did we say was on the board? Derek Harmon. And then you have Emeka Egbuka and the other running backs. Like I said before, I'm going to say it again. Emeka Egbuka or trade back. I really like complete. Now, one thing
I have steak in my mouth. I'm going to say it anyway. I would not be against him taking Walter Nolan.
I am. The reason why is because we see the way the draft has fallen. One of the guys that will start now, can help now with the first round pick, is Emeka Egbuka. Walter Nolan would be a rotational player.
Yes.
Now, he has high ceiling. But you can also get guys like that.
To Jay's point earlier, we now have to face Ashton Genty twice a year. I would sell out to stop the run.
I 100% agree, Johnny. Exactly that exact point. Plus, again, Malcolm Roach and JFM only on 1-year contracts. Same thing with DJ Jones, 1-year contract. Like,
I would not be against Walter Nolan.
But you have some great guys, some great defensive linemen who can be there.
You'll potentially have him under contract for 5 years, though. 5 years.
You have some defensive linemen under contract for 4 years in the second and third.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, under defensive linemen, yes, he can be a rotational piece. He wouldn't necessarily start this year because we got all our guys back. He would be there next year. Next year, we could draft a defensive lineman in the first. But what I'm saying with the Emeka Egbuka is with the offense for that inner triangle, you can use that first round pick. Because Sean Payton said you need a tight end, Evan Ingram, a running back, which you can get in the second, and that slot receiver, which we do not have. He's playing that between Bailey and Franklin. We're taking a chance on hoping maybe this is the year they could step up, possibly, maybe. Because if let's say for whatever reason, the running back, I don't know what's going to happen. Now you're depending on the quote. So you have Evan Ingram, but I think you get the first round slot receiver, the second round running back, and then you can get Ty Robinson from
Nebraska,
Jordan Phillips from Maryland in the third, or you can get Terrence Burke. You can get those guys in the fourth.
Well, I was going to say right here, we got a couple. We got Shai Vargas asking us about Terrence Burke. How about that tight end from Oregon?
You can get him in the third.
I absolutely be okay with getting him in the third. That's not
third
round. What I was making is about getting a defensive tackle in the first round at 20.
Well, you don't need what you need is depth this year.
Yes.
So you can get a fourth round defensive lineman depth next year.
Or you can get your future.
Let me finish. Next year, when one of those guys we don't resign as a free agent, that is when we can use our first round pick.
Maybe.
That's when we can use our first round pick. So
but Isaiah, same premise, but offensive line next year. Think of the exact same thing. If there is going to be a turnover of Powers, a turnover at center with Wattenberg, we're going to need someone for next year.
And we've never picked a center first round. We wouldn't pick one first round. I think they want to use that guy from Texas State they've been scouting.
Falcons are still on the clock, and there's now under a minute left.
Well, they've been saying the Falcons didn't know who the Falcons were going to pick up.
That's got to be Jalal Walker, right? Jalal Walker.
Yeah. I actually want to say excellent. Jalal Walker. That's a good one.
Now, the draft cast is saying Derek Harmon's the best fit for Atlanta.
For the Falcons?
Yep.
I mean, they were 31st in sacks. I don't know if they want to go interior. I mean, if they go interior defensive line, they'll help with a run, too.
Oh, there's Shador.
He's in.
D-Rock.
Shador. They said, Kirk Cousins, you said you want to be a backup? We're cool. We're going to go ahead and get Michael Penix as a starter. Shador's a backup.
Yep. D-Rock says, come on, Derek Harmon at 20. Uzi Goozy says, Matthew Golden, if he's there for us, would he even be there? Dude, if he's there, I would take him.
See, here's the thing with all. I think these guys, these receivers, and some of these linemen will get picked after us. And some of these players that we want will go in the first. Some of these guys are going to fall.
Yeah.
Luther Burton's
There's always dudes that fall. There's always dudes that
There's
fall.
a possibility Omarion Hampton and Luther Burton both may fall into the second.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that one of these D tackles or edges may fall to the second. So if these guys are going to fall to the second, no need to rush right now. Because you can trade, you can, and if somebody wants to trade back for 20,
I'm not saying you necessarily you have to. I'm just saying you could.
well, we got, there's 12 teams after us. Chiefs won O-line.
Yep.
Eagles won defense.
Now, Michael Yost, our buddy from the Army and our buddy from the Mile High Club days, says Tyler Warren to Indy. That's a waste. I think Richardson didn't pass to his tight end but 3 times all season.
I think that's why they have Daniel Jones there as backup, because Daniel Jones will make the most out of Jonathan Taylor and Tyler Warren. Folks, they're not stupid.
Well,
I mean,
wouldn't people say the exact same thing about our tight end room last year? We were arguably the worst tight end team.
No, but they were horrible with a horrible quarterback. We were horrible. We had a horrible tight end room with a good quarterback. They had a horrible tight end room with a horrible
Pick is in.
Hey, here comes the pick.
I know who it is.
Walker Mike Green.
There it is, Jalen Walker.
Jay called it. Excellent pick.
You know who else is still on the board? Any Jihad Campbell is still on the board.
Yes, he is. Oh, Buccaneers 19. Buccaneers 19.
But I'm just saying he is still on the board.
Well, so is Mike Green. If they went edge, if Jihad Campbell's there at 20, George Payton, you replace Alex Ryan. You have to get Jihad Campbell.
Run to that. You run to that.
You have to get Jihad Campbell at 20.
You tell the slowest, fattest dude you have down there. If you call him from Denver, you tell him run to that podium, fat guy. You run. Work up a sweat to this one.
Hey, quick question, guys.
I feel a little attacked, Johnny.
If Jihad Campbell,
fat guy,
we took Jihad Campbell at 20 and Luther Burton falls to the second, would you guys be opposed to the Broncos trading up in this? Would you oppose the Broncos trading up in the second and getting a running back later, and then later rounds 3rd or 4th? If you can get Luther Burton in the second and Jihad Campbell in the first, or would you just prefer not getting Jihad Campbell in the first?
Dude, I prefer to get Jihad Campbell in the first, easily. Although I don't know if I go wide receiver in the second. I go running back in the second.
I was just about to say that. Don't even go. You running back in the second, no matter what.
Get your tight end in the third, and then get your wide receiver in the fourth.
Running back in the second, no matter what.
Dude, but that's my point. Is this first round is really, in my eyes, the only wild card for our draft, personally, because I think second rounds, no matter what, it's going to be running back. Even if we move up, it's running back. Third round, Johnny, think of all the tight ends that were available in our mock draft. Third round tight end.
What do we have? We had Arroyo, Ferguson, and Fannin.
Yeah, all 3 ready to go.
The Cardinals are on the clock.
They're going defense?
I would think they would be going defense, yeah.
They might go Mike Green?
Maybe.
Uzi, it's not. Trust me.
Uzi said he didn't know this is the anti-fat guy channel. Yes,
I think this is the first quarterback.
Hold on. We decided that the leader of the anti-fat guy channel would be a fat guy because it's hard to fat because of the fat and because he's the fat. So we decided to recruit a bunch of people.
Hey, whatever you're saying right now, it's bouncing right onto here and going right back.
And you can see over here, it's refracting like the sun.
Listen, it's not an anti-fat guy channel, dude. I am a disabled U.S. Army veteran. I am crippled beyond belief, and I am fat.
We're fat-phobic and ableist.
And I am totally cool with being fat, okay? Like, every time someone's like, you need to go to the gym, I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
Every time I tell him that, he's like, who's Jim? Why do you keep hanging out with him?
Yeah, Isaiah's like, I got to go to the gym. I'm like, who's this gym guy you're hanging out with?
Oh, I just tell people you spelled bar wrong.
Yeah. Yes. No, but for real, though, I actually have lost 22 pounds.
Well, hey, Johnny, whatever you're losing, I'm finding, so stop.
Hey, I can't. I had to, dude. It's this is the first time I have drank, like truly, like had more than one beer in a sitting in
Cardinals are taking the safety. That's what I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess they're going to take the safety.
Okay, so let's
cornerback. It's cornerback.
Will Johnson?
Yeah,
so
that's what I think.
well, I think
Will
the
Johnson out of
Broncos
Michigan would be a smart pick for them.
are probably getting calls. Broncos are probably getting calls like crazy because right now, if you're the Steelers, Shador's coming right to you.
Oh yeah, they won't have to move.
They won't have to. But if you're Cleveland, or the Giants. Or the Saints, or if you're Cleveland or the Saints or the Giants, maybe. They're calling the Broncos at 20.
Well, right now you got Cardinals on the clock. You got Bengals, Seahawks, Bucks, and then the Broncos, and then the Steelers.
There's no quarterback needy teams until the Steelers.
Not those. Until the Steelers. So the Broncos. So George Payton's getting calls, guarantee it. I promise you, guarantee it. And they're offering some picks. And so the question is, if you look, hey, go pull up. Can you pull up the draft order after the Broncos? I want to see who's a wide receiver needy team.
I got it right here. What do you want to know?
Oh yeah, go up. I want to see who after the Broncos. Who are the teams after the Broncos? Sharing the screen, Rob. Sharing the screen, Rob.
I got to figure out how to do it. Hang on.
Okay.
Bottom, present.
Press the button.
Push the button. Yeah, push the damn button. Man, I'm getting rush hour vibes going on here.
So you got the Chargers, the Steelers, the Chargers. You've got the Packers, the Vikings, the Texans, the Rams, the Baltimore Ravens, the Lions, Commanders, Bills, and then the Chiefs.
Okay. So we know Steelers are quarterback needy. Chargers are defensive line needy. I think the Chargers go defensive line because they need a defensive line. After the Chargers were who? You said the Packers?
Hold on, I think the pick is about to come in right now, right here.
Because I want to see if we trade back. And
Here we go, hold on.
Oh, no! Wrong.
So wait. That begs the question.
Man, see that dude is huge.
I know. I said it the other day. This dude got grizzly bear paws for hands.
Wait. That begs the question now, though. What happens with Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals?
They haven't traded him.
Yeah, he's still there.
But if they go Mike Grady, he's still there. Shamar and what's his name? Shamar Turner's still there too. I think he's definitely gonna get if he gets refined, he's gonna be.
Oh no, that's why when during our mock draft on Tuesday, when Jay and I were picking, we chose Derek. We chose Walter Nolan at 20.
They get his technique down. He's gonna be unstoppable.
He's a beast.
But I think the Packers are after the Chargers.
We are only 4 picks away, y'all.
Here we go. So the Seahawks are receiver needy. The Packers are receiver needy. So I think you have – what receivers do you have before the Broncos? That the Seahawks can go Golden?
The Golden is still available right now. Let's see who else we got.
They're all drafted.
Except Will Johnson. Luther Burden is still there. Let's see. We got Emeka Egbuka is still there.
That's it for receiver.
Yeah, in the first round, that's pretty much it, at least on our big board.
So basically, what I'm getting at is because the Packers pick after us, if we do not take a receiver here, the receivers, maybe except for Luther Burden, will not be there the same.
D-Rock asking us, what are we thinking at 20? He says, I think Hampton.
I do too. And that is
Woody Page, that was Woody Page's call. He's like, I know it's going to be Hampton at 20. Thank me later.
Like I said, I'm not high on that. I will still be excited because he is a good running back.
He's good.
And here's the thing.
He is. He's not
we
bad.
talked about this on Tuesday, Jay. You remember? No, last week, I believe. Was we talked about it. We're not necessarily, while we would love to have a game-changing running back. What are we truly asking for in Broncos country?
A running back.
A running back that just makes our run game better. Takes a little bit, takes some pressure off of Bo Nix.
And doesn't fumble the ball.
So, yeah, and Omarion Hampton doesn't fumble the ball. I will give him that.
Anyone's going to be better than Javonte Williams last year.
That's for sure.
Anyone.
So given that, even though I'm not necessarily the highest on Omarion Hampton, if he is the one we take, he is a great running back who I do believe will do exactly what we need him to do, which is improve our running back room.
I prefer Travion Henderson over
Absolutely. But if they take Hampton, it means to me that the Paytons saw something that the rest of us don't. And I trust their process.
I think if we take Travion, I think Omarion Hampton fits more with the tier 2 of running backs than Travion Henderson. I think Omarion Hampton in round 2 makes more sense.
I agree, but again, it's not, the Paytons pick him as part of their process.
But I'm loving this draft.
Oh, it's fun. It's a great draft.
Were you guys loving the Colorado commercial that was just on?
Yeah, that was fun.
I like this draft. I like what's going on. I like you have to pick a quarterback. I like the fact that we're chilling. We're not rushed. We're kind of excited. It hasn't been too much chaos. The Cleveland trading back. Wilson Loveland's going to the Bears. I think has been pretty good, pretty interesting. The Raiders and Naxon Dempsey absolutely sucks for the AFC West. And I'm disgusted.
And Jay, I'm going to need something from you because.
Oh dear.
That is at the Nuggets game. The Nuggets Clippers game 3 starts in 3 minutes. So I'm going to need periodic updates because my phone is about to die.
Yep.
Plug that son bitch in.
I gotta take a quick pause after 20 and put the kids to bed, and then I will be right back. But
fine, I'll do it.
It's 3 minutes off.
Yeah, it starts in 3 minutes.
All right, Bengals have a pick. If I'm the Bengals, get the safety from South Carolina.
Yeah.
Your defense is awful.
Billy Timmons saying Hampton or Golden at 20.
I'd say Travion Henderson or Emeka Ibuka, an Ohio State guy.
I'm out of beer.
I'm out of burr. Fill it up with whiskey. This is how much we do.
I know. It actually is amazing. I will say this for both Isaiah and I. The amount of alcohol intake compared to just a few years ago that we are doing now, I'm actually very impressed with our restraint. Because we used to be like, we would have already been a 24-pack deep right now.
God. We've only had what? Two Boilermakers?
2 Boilermakers. I need another one. You get the beer, I'll pour the whiskey. Oh, you still have beer.
Hey, Johnny, did you know that Jameson makes a whiskey called Triple Triple?
Yes, I did.
And it's delicious.
Here's my thing. I am not the biggest Irish whiskey fan. It's good. I'll drink it if it's what's put in front of me. However, I'm a bourbon guy.
Fair enough.
100%. I am a Kentucky straight bourbon, neat, not on the rocks kind of guy. Now, if I'm drinking an old fashioned, it better be on the rocks. But still, beyond that, I am a bourbon guy.
Hey, what if we pick a book at 20?
Yeah.
Trade for Breece Hall or Kenneth Grant. Not Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker the third, yeah.
And then draft whatever running back falls to us at 20, or draft any tier defensive lineman at 20.
I'd be fine with it.
All right, pick us in, Johnny. Send it out.
Oh, here we go. All right, the Bengals pick is in. Let's hear it.
Hey, guys, hit that like button. Let's go. Hit the like button. Smash that thumbs up. All right, pick is in. They got defense. Defense.
Ooh.
Yep. Not shocking at all. Not shocking at all. They had the worst one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. It's the one thing that held them back. The fact that if they had gone anywhere other than defense, if they had gone on offense,
yeah,
first pick of their first pick of the draft, I would have been like, you guys just shit the bed. So
Seattle goes receiver. Seattle going offense. Yeah, Seattle going offense, not defense.
They're saying Shamar Stewart is more disruption than production.
Michael Yost giving us
That's not bad, is it?
Angels envy ride.
No, a more disruption and production sounds like Randy Gregory.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Shamar Stewart is a very, very, very good edge. I honestly wouldn't have picked Shamar Stewart to go this high.
Yeah, this is that. Yeah, this
I'm trying to let me see where we had him on our big board.
he only has 4.5 sacks, 11 in his career.
Jay, do you remember where we had Shamar Stewart?
Little far down.
Right there, 14. You made him at 14.
Really?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I had him at 14.
And you got picked at
thinking of somebody
17.
else.
You're pretty close. You think it's Shamar turn?
That's what I was thinking of. Yep. You're right. Hey, listen. I have had to take in so many names into my brain over the last few weeks.
Well, I know you, so I already know what you're thinking. So that's why I'm here. My first day back, and I already know what you're thinking.
It's because you're my blacker hat. You know that.
I'll come out. If you see Johnny and then you look on the ground and you see a shadow, that's me.
Isaiah, I've always joked Isaiah is my blacker half. Except it's not really a joke.
The facts of life.
All right, guys. So we are now 3 picks away. Let's see who's still on the board. We've Matthew Golden is still on the board.
Golden, Luther Burden, Garrett Palmer, Malachi Starks.
Yeah. No. If they take Malachi Starks in the first round, I might burn this house down. All right. We don't need to take a safety at 20.
No, not us. But you got James Pierce. You have a lot of defensive guys still on the board, huh?
Yeah, a lot. But again, we don't need defensive.
No. What I'm saying is the reason why I'm saying that is because the more guys that are pushed back, the more guys fall out of the first.
Agreed.
The more people that fall out of the first, the more likely the Broncos trade out of the first.
Let's see. So it looks like the entirety of our first page of our big board did finally get taken. Everybody
except for Will Johnson.
Yeah, sorry. Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, is still on the board.
How did Will Johnson's fall so far? So
right now it doesn't look like they're valuing the cornerback.
Okay, so who needs defense coming up? Okay, so we got Seattle, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, Chargers, Green Bay, Minnesota, Houston, Rams,
Seattle's going to go offenses. Tampa Bay will likely go defense,
but they're not going to go secondary. Pittsburgh won't go secondary. Chargers won't go secondary. Green Bay won't go secondary. Minnesota,
yes,
there may not be
they will.
So Minnesota might go. They might go safety or DB.
It's incredibly possible that not a single cornerback goes in the first round of this draft.
Will Johnson will somewhere.
Houston wants a receiver, right? Houston wants a Booker, right?
That's what I've been hearing.
Who comes after? Okay, so you got Rams. Rams on defense or offense?
Defense. Now, also, not that we're going we're probably not going to go edge of 20, but Mike Green is still on the board. So is James Pierce.
So is Mikael Williams.
No, Mikael Williams went earlier.
Okay. James Pierce, yep. Garrett Harmon.
Yep. And then if you go to our third page of our big board,
there's 2 cornerbacks and a safety.
Yep.
Nick Amenwari, Jahdae Barron, Gray Zabel.
Yep. Gray Zabel's still on the board, Jay.
Gray Zabel.
Does he play center
or guard? He can play anything. Except for, he's not really a tackle, but he can play any other offensive.
Would you rather play
spot? I spent quite a bit of mocks with him going to Seattle.
So you would have replaced him with Ben Powers?
Replace Ben Powers. You could replace either one.
Either one.
I'd go Luke Wattenberg and maybe Alex Forsythe at left guard.
Here's what I would do. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, the Seattle Seahawks pick is in. Let's go ahead and toss this up real quick.
Hurry up, Johnny. Receiver, Matthew Golden.
No!
He's off the board!
No!
Oh my God! I thought they were going receiver.
He's a
dream is dead.
Flex. Yeah. He's a 5 position. He can play every position on the offensive line.
He's a G. I would have absolutely been
Guard, center, right guard, and right tackle.
Yeah, watch this. I've seen this one. Look at this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. No, he's something else.
Could you imagine him at left guard and play minus at right guard?
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Although if we had gotten
He's him at center.
Yes. If we had been able to get him, I would have honestly started and taken him this season, slotted him in at center over Luke Wattenberg.
Yes.
Then cut Wattenberg next season. And then when Ben Powers is gone next season, move him over to the guard position and draft another center. That's what
I would have kept Zabel behind the offensive line and kept it as it was.
But,
keep it unified for 1 year and let Zabel
all right.
learn.
So the Buccaneers are on the clock right now.
So this is Jihad Campbell.
It's either edge or linebacker.
We're one pick away, y'all.
I will say this, based on our big board, there are still some really solid, and I mean solid, edges left on the board. Mike Green,
James Pierce.
Who else?
Garrett, Malachi, because they're defense. So they don't need to go secondary. They have Antoine Winfield. If they want to go DB, they could.
So you go to Gordon from Texas A&M.
Are we really going to be faced with the Hampton versus Henderson debate of a lot of people thought the Broncos were higher truly on their board with Henderson compared to Hampton? But it's funny if we pick one of them. Like, it's going to mean a lot. It's going to say a lot if we do this.
We might be seeing one of the most meaningful draft moments in Broncos history right here.
Are we trading back? Are we going to trade back from 20?
It's very possible.
It's still possible because of the quarterback.
I'm sure right now. Are you out of beer? It's commercial break. I'll throw whiskey. You get beer. It's very possible anything can happen. I guarantee you right now the phone is ringing in Dove Valley.
We're going crazy.
I promise you that. Now, as to whether or not, they come to an agreement with somebody, that's the real question, right?
Is Trevion, if the Broncos trade out of 20, Trevion would should fall from second round.
Yeah.
Best fit for the Bucks is James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, edge.
Yeah.
From Tennessee. He's really good.
And a lot those guys will have after the Broncos they'll have receiver and D-line to pick from. And they'll have a couple tackles. The Chiefs will get their tackle. I think the Eagles might get a D lineman like they want. If they want to, honestly, whoever picks up one of those, Baltimore's going to get one of those safeties. God damn it!
Would you please stop with that?
Excuse me. Yeah, you're right.
Lord.
Gosh darn it! The Eagles are going to get one of those safeties. The Ravens are going to get one of those safeties. And that's what's
This is a family freaking show.
Well, it's not even just that; it's that we're men of faith, and that is literally probably the only word on earth I'm not willing to accept that we need to, as men of faith, we have to avoid you.
Could you imagine, speaking of Baltimore, Kyle Hamilton and Nick Amenwari, or Kyle Hamilton and Amenwari, or Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ready? Clink.
And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because drop it. That's NFC. Yeah, that's AFC Championship playoffs.
Drop the whiskey. There it is. All right, guys, we're one pick away. What do we think is going to happen? Rob, you go first.
Hopefully a good running back.
All right, Isaiah, what about you?
Emeka Egbuka. I think with Ravens going defense in the AFC, I think we have to have more weapons to compete.
All right. Jay?
I'm still hopeful we're going to hear a trade back.
I want to trade back. I changed my answer. I want what Jay said.
No take back, please. That's an Orange and Blue Network rule. No, I'm just kidding. No take back season.
It's either that.
Jay, I totally forgot to comment on the awesomeness of your hat.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Except for the R. I can do without the R, but
Yeah, that was
in
I don't like the deep white outline.
Well, no, it's the Rockies logo.
That's what I said.
DNVR's had a hard 24 hours, so throw some support out to them.
Yeah, dude. I don't even want to talk about that second loss in a row in overtime in a row.
Yeah.
for the Avs last night. That was painful to watch. It actually, I will honestly say, Jay, I'm pretty sure you agree, it broke my freaking heart.
Yeah. A lot of ups and downs. I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride last night.
Hey, we're on the clock. I'm seeing Twitter, so apparently they just chose.
The pick is in for Tampa Bay,
Bucks?
so we'll see what happens.
People are saying you need to pair Will Johnson with Pat Surtain. We got to see that pairing Will
No,
Johnson.
I'm just fine with Riley Moss right now. I truly am. I love Riley Moss.
He's the great white hope.
Yep. Let's see. Uzi Goozy says this draft is golden. And Uzi Goozy, again, I've said this several times. We've said it several times throughout the show. As this is your first show, please, if you haven't already, make sure you jump over, like, and subscribe to our channel so that you can you keep up with us all year long. We go all year long, bud. Don't miss any of our
they're
stuff.
going Jihad Campbell. I forgot they signed Hassan Reddick, an edge rusher.
Yeah.
So that took away the pressure of having to draft edge rusher. I think, and Levante David's getting old.
He's getting old.
They're going to get Jihad Campbell.
It'll be Jihad Campbell.
Jihad Campbell. I guess the Broncos tweeted they're on the clock, so we're a little bit behind.
No, they're on the clock because we've been waiting. Oh, hold on. Here we go. The pick is in.
Oh. Wow. You sons of bitches! Wow.
So much Jihad Campbell. Jay, what do you think? Come on. Dude, come on.
Wow.
Dre Greenlaw and Jihad Campbell in the backfield together.
And
Come on.
they just extended Godwin. Chris
Yeah,
Godwin.
they took him. That actually pissed me off. I was like, there's no way to take a receiver. They just got Godwin. So you got Evans, Godwin, and Ibuka.
Yeah.
And Ibuka is so much Godwin-like player. Yeah, he's going to do so well in Tampa Bay. I mean, he's going to do great, but yeah, he is so much. Jihad Campbell. You have to get Jihad Campbell. Get Jihad Campbell. Rob. Oh, my God. You can put Jihad Campbell and Dre Greenlaw together. All right. Oh, my God. Jay, the prospect, Dre Greenlaw, and Jihad Campbell in the Denver Broncos the Denver Broncos starting linebackers. How would you feel?
I would be over the moon. I would like that better than Hampton. But
All right, so here's the thing. We are going to be ready for the pick for our pick is in video with this. And also, Jay, I'm going to have us ready for our celebration song, okay? So get ready to dance, bud.
So best available.
Nobody's mock draft was right. I never had anyone in Buka.
No, never.
Best available is Will Johnson, but best
No,
fit
we don't
for
need it.
Denver.
We don't need it.
Best fit for Denver, Derek Harmon.
Dude, Jihad Campbell. You put Jihad Campbell in the linebacker as the starting inside linebacker alongside Dre Greenlaw. There is literally nothing anyone will be able to do against the Denver Broncos defense.
I wouldn't be surprised if we trade back and Buka gone. There's no reason to take a running back. Please get Jihad Campbell. Please get Jihad Campbell. I'll be so disappointed.
I think it's going to be Omar and Hampton. I just have a feeling.
That pisses me off. Listen, every linebacker we had, maybe except for Justice Fernand, is coming off injury.
Yeah.
You can shut that inside linebacker revolving door down for 3 years. With Jihad Campbell on his rookie contract and Dre Greenlaw on a 3-year contract, and that can be healthy, you're good. You're
not
good.
wrong.
You're good. So that's the only weakness on this defense is that other linebacker spot.
Here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm going to say. Right now, we are still on the clock. 3 minutes and 21 seconds left. So you know right now, George Payton is on the phone talking to people. But he's also got somebody on deck ready to call over to the draft itself to say, get this guy if it falls through. We don't know what's about to happen. We are wasting clock here, which means that that moves are being offered and suggested, and we'll see what happens.
Remember you guys said you guys wanted an anecdote to Ashton Genty and
I like that right there real quick. It says Bo Nix led rookies to 29 passing touchdowns in 2024.
the antidote to counter move to Ashton Genty in Vegas. Get another linebacker.
You're not wrong. That checks out.
Get another linebacker.
Dude, how cool is that? Look, my little black Bronco, my black and orange Bronco shot glass on the top of my beard. That was so cool.
Oh,
Go Broncos.
so nervous that they're gonna screw this up.
This is Listen.
Omarion Hampton. If they take Hampton,
It's a screw
I'm
up.
gonna understand.
It's a screw up.
I'm not gonna like it as much, but you know what? It would still be a game-changing running back.
Let me eat my words. I haven't said a draft pick's been a screw up since George Payton's been hired. Let me eat my words on Omarion Hampton. I
Johnny.
think
Denver Nuggets 2-0.
Yes, good vibes. Good vibes. Good vibes.
Thanks, Rob. I actually have it up on my computer now. I was able to get it up where I can see it. So
Well, you're still welcome.
I know. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Utah.
Omarion Hampton. That really gonna be like.
Let's see. Uzi Goozy says he is definitely going to subscribe. We are fantastic. Thank you, Uzi. Can't wait to see you on our other shows.
cheers.
And again, as always, welcome to the Orange and Blue crew, my friend.
Because the Buccaneers took Puka.
Yeah.
Make the right pick. The right pick is another linebacker. You actually have that defense shut down that Ravondorf linebackers is done. Done.
You got Drake. We got Drake Greenlaw
And
from
Gerhard Campbell.
We can keep
And here's
Drake
the thing.
Greenlaw for
Here's the
5,
thing.
6 years.
Here's the thing. They both get to learn Ben Joseph's defense together.
Yeah.
They get to learn and grow in Denver in the same defense together as one. Neither one of them,
As a
Greenlaw
tandem.
has an experience as a tandem.
Drake Greenlaw is already one of the biggest game-wrecking linebackers in the NFL. You pair him with Jihad Campbell as a tandem, they could be the most
You can
terrifying
offset
linebacker.
Najee Harris and your Chargers. Actually, Jackie
Broncos
and
pitch is in.
Okay,
With
wait.
Jihad-
I got one question. If we get who you're talking about, what happens to Singleton?
Gone.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. You re-signed Sternado and you have two
Coming off
Sanders.
an ACL tear, 32 years old.
You saved like $6 million. You just re-signed Sternad, who filled in for him.
Hey,
Last month, he knows the system.
Don't get me
And
wrong,
you have
Robbie.
two Sanders.
Don't get me wrong, Robbie.
There's Sean Payton right there.
I love Alex Singleton. I do. But I'm telling you right now, Drake Greenlaw himself is already an upgrade over Alex Singleton. Jihad Campbell is an upgrade over any other linebacker we have in this.
Drew Sanders and Sternad are special teams guys, so they contribute. Sternad knows the offense and defense and already filled in last year.
Hey, could we all be Florida and it's Mason Taylor?
Oh my
James,
God!
shut your dirty mouth.
He's going to be great. I wouldn't be.
It's going to be great. I don't know if I want to.
Hey, I'm happy for the Steelers. They get you George Sanders. I really am, because I'm like, yo, that's
Hey, we didn't trade back. We didn't trade back, y'all. We're picking at 20.
Jihad.
Let's go.
Please don't pick on my hand.
All right, here we go. Who wants what? I want Jihad Campbell. Isaiah. Jay.
Henderson. I want Henderson.
It's time. Hold on. It's time. Here we go. What? Oh, Make-A-Wish Foundation going with the Broncos for this one. I'm
He should
tracking.
have wore an orange and blue tie.
He is.
He is. The blue doesn't match the top. That's why I can't.
You go, buddy. Oh, look at Brad Williams.
For his favorite team.
Yeah.
Please join me in cheering on Sam. This is
Let's go, Sam. As a father to a young man named Sam, go, Sam. He said, go, Broncos. You got it, buddy.
I like that top.
the 20th pick in 2025 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select
What? What?
I blame you.
What?
I blame you.
What? Jadae Barron?
We took a nickel.
I know it's a nickel, but what? Oh my God. Okay. I said it all
What just
show.
happened? What just happened? Wow.
He covers tight ends very well.
He's first team All-American as a slot DB.
I mean, he's a great nickel. It's just
Wow. That
What the?
I literally said, Johnny, this was my worst nightmare as a quarterback.
so I shouldn't play the celebration song, Jay.
No,
You know
you
what?
should not.
He's happy to be a Bronco. Him and his whole family are happy to be a Bronco. I'm not going to downplay that. They're happy to be a Bronco. You know what? This isn't who we predicted. Not at all.
Not even close.
So look. This is the
These are the puzzle. Zach Allen, Nick Benito, Dre Greenlaw, Pat Surtain second, and now Jadae Barron.
Now here's the thing. Now check this out. Jadae Barron can play boundary and nickel. I think he's more nickel.
Wow.
But we have Chris Strain, who played very well. Jaquan McMillan's on his last year, and Riley Moss can't stay healthy. So opposite of Pat Surtain, we have Chris Strain for Riley Moss, who can't stay healthy, and we have Jadae Barron, who some said was better than Will Johnson. We took the first DB off the board. I wouldn't have predicted the Broncos took the first DB.
Not even close.
But we took the first DB off the board. He looks like he's going to replace Jaquan McMillan. Maybe he's there as depth.
Wow.
I'm going to
Wow. Wow.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
Speechless. Like, unbelievable.
Utter and complete shock, guys.
Yeah.
But you know what? You're right, Isaiah. And I'll talk more about it when I get back from relieving my bladder.
I think, guys, hey, I saw the video of him and his family and his friends and his entourage getting drafted by the Broncos, and they were happy and they were excited. So I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be happy. I'm excited for him. It's different. We don't understand it. But this isn't the first time. There's a vision. There's a vision they have.
I don't know. I have nothing. I have nothing to say. I have no idea.
Guys, there's a vision they have. We don't know the vision. He says,
Riley Moss is on notice as well.
Hey, just remember, Riley Moss is on notice. I don't think because of him. I think because of Chris Strain. Jaquan McMillan is on his last year of his contract as a nickel. Riley Moss is not.
Wow.
But
I can't believe we did that.
he can play both, outside and inside. And you have Chris Strain. So you have guys who are back there. We need a DP depth. Yeah, everybody's Uzi's like, hey, let's celebrate, let's effing go no matter what. Uzi says no fly zone, reincarnated. Jay, this is a shot at you.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Hold on, Shedeur Sanders.
I told everyone that the campaign for Mathis was
Yeah,
over the draft.
Shedeur Sanders got passed up again.
Wow. Wow.
Dude, this draft has been terrible. So many things that have gone wrong. Draft from just
LSDTV, you can me on Twitch. Cheers. Welcome to the Orange and Blue Cruises. Strong Denver defense. For sure. Strong defense. This is Shai says bad hit.
Craziness.
I
I
can see
cannot
why you
believe
say
it.
that. He says, Jade, hey, switch fast before you do. Billy Timmons says the same thing I just said. Might need someone to step up in case Moss goes down again. Hey, guys, we like Moss. We advocate for him. But, hey, Riley Moss has been in the NFL 3 years. Tell me a year he has not been injured.
No, 2.
2 years. He's
Going
been
into his
injured
third.
both years going into his third. So far, he hasn't been injured. He hasn't been reliable enough. And so this seems to be that. Nico is way more important position in this NFL.
Not wrong. Nobody thought about that.
No, I didn't.
No, I wouldn't have predicted that. I would not have predicted that in the least.
Nope, not even a little. I've never seen a mock draft, really, with him on it. I saw Johnson very, very early on before, last season.
But you know what?
But,
again, as we have not seen what the Broncos have been doing behind closed doors.
Yeah.
We know they have a scout system. We know they have a rating system that, is different, right? And it's very possible that they saw something in Jedi Barron that they were. I mean, Jay, you and I have talked about Barron in the past and how special he would be. We just never really stated that we saw him coming to Denver. So we know, based on me and you, our own analytics of Jedi Barron, that he was going to be something special.
I saw he was definitely going to go above Johnson, but I figured they would start going in the teens, or late, top 10. I don't know. I'm very surprised of the Broncos going that route.
But now I've had a couple minutes and a moment standing above the toilet, relieving myself to think about this.
When did you get here?
A few minutes to think about it, and you know what? I'm actually not as down on this as I thought I was. It's not necessarily what we expected, and honestly, at the end of the day, Jihad Campbell still on the board. That's the pick I would have preferred.
Oh man!
But again, I am not George Payton. I am not Sean Payton. And I promise you, they would not have made that pick had they not seen something at his pro day or at the combine or in talking to him. And I know that they had him in the building. I know he was one of their 30 visits, that they saw something that we don't. And that's why they made that pick. So again, I'm going to stick with in Peyton's I trust. And we're now in a division where yes, Travis Kelce might be on his way out. He's getting older. But now we're in a division with Brock Bowers. And have we had anybody that could easily cover Brock Bowers? No. Jedi Barron is the guy that can cover Brock Bowers and every other tight end in this league.
Well, my thing is, they say he's a great tackler. He can cover the slot in the line in tight ends. But
Be back.
Let me see if I can get up. Oh, we lost Jay.
He said he'll be right back. Denver's winning 20-16 the Nuggets game.
I'm going to be sick. We pass on Jihad. I'm going to be sick. No way Jihad Campbell falls on the first.
I doubt it. But
what if he falls to the
if there's one thing we've seen in this draft, anything is possible.
And what if he falls to the fucking Chiefs?
That's what I'm thinking. Nick Bolton and Jihad Campbell?
That would be terrifying.
I don't care about the rest of the draft now.
The division rival Chargers are on the clock.
They're a receiver. And that's probably why we got a nickel. For Brock Bowers. So Pat Surtain didn't have to guard Brock Bowers. So we got Jade. And then whoever the fuck slot receiver they're going to get. And then to guard that McConkey.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Today,
I was standing there.
Well, I was literally standing there.
No, they need an edge rusher because Joey Bosa's gone.
Yeah. What I was saying though, while I was literally standing there taking a pee and feeling a little bit better about the pressure in my gut, I was thinking about Jahdae Barron, and like I said, Jay and I, we have both done analytics, some analytics on it. And both of us loved him. We just never really saw him going to Denver. And with the tight ends in this division right now, Travis Kelce's still in this division. He hasn't made any announcement he's retiring yet, and he is still a threat. Do you disagree?
Bro,
Okay.
Travis Kelce's going to retire and live off of Taylor Swift's bank account.
I know, but the point is, like, right now, he is still in this division, and he is still a threat.
Chris
And then you
Harris
have,
Jr.
and then you have
Chris Harris Jr. said Barron, and he was a slot quarterback. People will arguably say he could be Hall of Fame. And say Barron can play all over the field. That's why they drafted him. Like I said, he can play boundary. He can play inside. So they realized last year when Patrick and Riley Moss went down, he kind of sucked.
Did kind of suck.
Now you can get, if Riley Moss goes down, you can put him there.
Yep.
If Jaquan McMillan's not there, you can put him. Then you also have Pat. So now
He might beat Jaquan McMillan out today.
No, not this last year.
He might.
Not this last year.
He could.
Well, he
know there's
yes,
Sean
you could.
Payton makes competition everywhere.
You say he could, because he's a first round pick. But I think from the report on the game, it says he only had like one team.
Yeah. Quick update for our Denver Nuggets. I know that neither one of you are Nuggets fans, but that's fine. Quick update on the Nuggets game. Is currently 20-16 with 5:33 left in the first quarter. So let's see. We got Timmons says they must have a lot of confidence in the running back room, maybe because Javonte Williams is gone. No, I don't think they have a lot of confidence in what they've got, Billy. What it really comes down to is the running back class in this draft is so insanely deep. They can go after their running back in the second round and have a game changer. They could get Quinshawn Judkins, Caleb Johnson, maybe even Travion Henderson at 52, and that's if they don't make a trade up. They could get Ollie Gordon. There are so many great running backs in this class that Denver is in a good position when it comes to running backs.
I think the Chargers are
going to take one in the first round.
I think the Chargers are going to take either a wide receiver or a running back right now.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
If they're running back, I'd be shocked. Hey, so what I'm saying about him as a nickel, he's basically Jaquan McMillan. He's basically Jaquan McMillan, and he can play all over the field. He's a great tackler. I think he's a little bit better than Jaquan. And what I'm thinking is what they're saying is with Talanoa Hufanga, and you add him, that this secondary is even nasty. I think he may be the dime. I'm wondering where they're going to play him. I'm wondering is he going to be rotational? Where's he going to play his first year? Is he just going to learn the defense? Or
you talking about Barron?
Yes.
No, I really do think. Here's the thing. I like Jaquan McMillan, but I know Sean Payton. I know that Sean Payton believes in earning your spot, no matter how.
But Jaquan hasn't done anything to lose it.
No, he hasn't.
Or to be in competition.
But that's not the point. Sean Payton is going to evaluate them all in training camp. Every single person. Even Bo Nix will be being evaluated. If somebody Sean Payton.
Chargers, hold on. Oh, no, the Chargers space.
Yep, sorry, here we go.
Matthew Golden. It's a good thing the Jackson can't get one.
There goes Amarian Hampton. He goes to the Chargers.
He called it, Rob. You called it.
Yep, running back.
They beefed up on running backs this year.
But anyway, what I was saying is about Sean Payton. One thing we know about Sean Payton is that if you are outperformed in training camp, your position, no matter what your name is, no matter how many championship rings you might have in your past, no matter how long you've been in the NFL, no matter how big your contract is, if you get outperformed, you will not be the starter.
But here's the thing, Johnny. I'm not going to lie. Rod, correct me if I'm wrong. So far, the AFC West has beefed up on the run game.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And the Broncos got a nickel punch.
Yep.
I'm just saying, right now,
you see why I wanted
the AFC West, the AFC West, I want to see how it came up. The AFC West got the top 2 running backs in the draft. If Travion Henderson goes to the Chiefs, that means the entire AFC West had a running back in the first round except for the Broncos. Now, I said I didn't want a running back the first round. I still stand by that. But that's different when you get a slot quarterback. And he can tackle.
I personally, the more I'm remembering all of my studies into Jahdae Barron, I'm actually a lot more excited than probably a lot of Broncos country is about that pick.
Zach Stevens said this. I'm initially told Jahdae Barron will be nickel for the Broncos. Riley Moss stays outside. Could change. Riley Moss goes inside. Remember, I told you that a bunch of times. I said, hey, what about moving Riley Moss to the slot?
Yeah. He stays, though. It could change, but listen, Jahdae Barron, I did a lot of extensive film on him. That's why I had him on our big board where I did. And yes, I never mocked him to the Broncos. I don't think anybody did. But his ability to tackle, he wraps anybody up. He's like a freaking boa constrictor, Rob. Like this, so you get in Jahdae Barron's hands, he's taking your ass to the ground.
Yeah, but the running back shouldn't make it that far to make it to his hands. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Tyler Columbus is not happy with the pick.
Okay. Not everybody's gonna be.
They're going to have to.
I often disagree with Tyler Columbus in a lot of things. I love Tyler Columbus, but I often disagree.
I will say this: George Payton and Sean Payton at the end of this weekend are going to have to explain why it's team number 1. Now, I will say this: Matthew Booker was gone. Yep. There's a lot of running backs in this. Now, there's only one running back left. There's 2 running backs taken now. I didn't expect the Chargers to get Najee Harris and Amorian Hampton. Jesus Christ! But in addition to that, we could have picked anyone. We had the flexibility to pick anyone. It was quarterback, offensive lineman, and I thought corner wasn't going to go first. I thought if you're going to go corner, go the other, get another 6'2" DB like Pat Surtain, but they decided to go slot.
Hey, listen. Regardless of Riley Moss's injuries, you cannot deny. Okay, Riley Moss was the most targeted quarterback in the NFL last season. Why? Because of the opposite side of the field from Pat Surtain. And no quarterback wants to throw that direction. Okay? He was the most targeted quarterback in the NFL. He missed what? 3 games? And 4. Sorry. He missed 4 games. But was still the most targeted cornerback in the NFL in the 2024 season and was a top 3 for pass breakups. Think about that. Most targeted cornerback in the NFL and still top 3 for pass breakups. I have faith in Riley Moss, regardless of his injury history. So in my opinion, the weakest dude in the corner, or like not the weakest dude, but the position, at least in the defensive backfield, that needed showing up the most, especially after we got Hufanga and we have Brandon Jones, is Jaquan McMillan.
I agree.
And
it's hard to find another nickel.
It's hard to find another nickel, and he is a special nickel. So,
I'm like just energy drained out now.
Jay's back. Oh man, I was worried. Are you okay?
Oh yes. Had to put some children to bed. Get all tucked in and whatnot.
I might stay up. Maybe a mistake. I don't know. We'll see.
It much like your pee, it gave me some time to reflect and some time to think about like, what the hell just happened. I don't know, man. I'm very confused. I think multiple people throughout the whole draft process of mocking and whatnot said that George Paton does things under the radar. George Paton always, zigs when you think he's zagging. And this is absolutely a zig or a zag off of, the trajectory we were anticipating.
Yeah. Hey, Uzi Goozy says it right here. Today has me excited. Take away slot receivers and tight ends, which are the strengths of every division rival.
And Jay's frozen again.
Jay, you're full. You went full Elsa on us.
Uh-oh. Is it better now?
Yeah, I think we're okay now. But no, I had the time to reflect, and honestly, after all of the after both you and I did deep dives on Jahdae Barron, and both came to the conclusion that he was going to be special. While it's not what we expected to come to Denver, I was saying to Isaiah before you came back, Jay, is that, Riley Moss was the most targeted cornerback in the NFL, who missed 4 games and was still the most targeted cornerback in the NFL and was top 3 in pass breakups.
Dang. Yeah.
And so given that, regardless of injury, I still have massive faith in Riley Moss, especially with Bo Lowry and his crew. And so that being said, the weakest place after we got Talanoa Hufanga and have Brandon Jones in our defensive backfield is while he's good, he's passable, is Jaquan McMillan at the nickel. And Jahdae Barron is an upgrade. I promise you.
Or an upgrade. Interesting.
And so it now makes our defense, especially our secondary, all the more scary. Like, think about this, right? Now you have Jahdae Barron, Riley Moss, Pat Surtain, and you have Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga in our secondary. Who is throwing what where?
It is pretty insane to think about the depth that we would have, like building a strength upon a strength. And that's absolutely like throwing another guy that may just, be in meetings with PS2 every single, so the development for a young first-round stud cornerback might be through the roof under the tutelage of the best in the game.
Yes.
I don't know. That definitely sticks out.
And an advanced Joseph defense.
Yeah. And,
real quick,
Joseph,
we'll pick this up in just a second. The pick is in for the pass.
Johnny, before we keep going with the pick for the Packers, I'm going to have to wish you fellas a good evening. I've held on long enough. I slept like crap last night, and I'm starving, so.
You could have been like me, dude, and pigged out in the middle of the show, but that's fine. We love you, Ron, and we are going to find a spot for you to be, like, here on, like with the show. I promise. We're going to make it.
We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out.
We need your face on the network. All right,
Bronco Rob. Thank you,
hey,
Bronco Rob.
Real quick, I'm just gonna put this up here. This is something that I got in the mail, but a Jim Mint 10 Bo Nix rookie card.
Ooh.
I'll get your house to steal that later. Okay. All right, brother. We love you. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Love you guys.
Bob is out. And Jay, we lost your camera feed.
Yep, I turned it off for a sec. Give me one sec here. There we go.
Were you doing the helicopter in the background there? Didn't want anybody to see it?
Well, I just trying to gather my thoughts, Johnny. I am absolutely shocked. I still
Matthew Golden! Matthew
Wow.
Golden to the Packers!
That's crazy. They have such a deep wide receiver room as it is now.
Yes. Yes, they do. They've given Jordan Love one hell of a weapon in Matthew Golden.
Yeah, it's true. Wow.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And can we just talk about for a second that it's now Nothing Rhymes with Orange and Blue Draft Mega Show?
Much. And so there were two. Where is Isaiah?
He had to take a phone call, so he stepped out. Michael Yost did come in and say, I understand our pick with cornerback to lock down the other side of the field. I really hope we draw down on TH. We need some offensive capabilities. I think he meant tight end. But either way, well, here's the thing, Mike. I love you, brother. But Jahdae Barron is not meant to lock down the side of the field. Not right now, anyway. You still have Riley Moss doing that. Jahdae Barron is meant to lock down the middle of the field. That's what his job is.
Do you think we have a potential to get back into the first? I think we're obviously with running back tomorrow, round 2, that's going to necessitate a trade up. So if you're trading up already, why wouldn't maybe you just do it for the first round or really late tonight? It could happen.
Hey, Jay, I'm gonna bounce for just a second. Or actually, hang on. I'm just going to do this. Hold on.
Okay.
There. Oh. Let's be repping asking us the F we doing, guys. Hey, Look, like I said, I've had some time to reflect. I've done a lot of work on Jahdae Barron. I've done a lot of deep diving on that dude. And here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, Jay. I don't think we trade back into the first. I can see a trade up in the second, maybe.
Yes. But it makes 51 now so much different, in my opinion, because we went that route. Because we still need a defensive line. Like, we still need a interior defensive lineman. Even now, in a depth sense for the draft, that should be a position to still go at. So, yes, I mean,
but it wasn't always. But the thing is, interior defensive line wasn't always mocked, even by us.
Yeah,
it's what we chose in our final mock draft of the season, but it was never like one that the position that everybody was saying that's going to be the first. So there's still plenty of opportunity for interior defensive line.
I just wonder.
I will say this: we have some depth there, and even if we don't get an interior defensive lineman in this draft, I'm not saying we won't, and I hope we do. But even if we don't, we at least have some good dudes locked down for this year, and then that can be our focus going into next season.
We are good to go from that standpoint here.
While you're talking about it, actually, I think you went frozen again, so I'm going to wait for you. While you're talking about it, I'm just going to squeak over to the mini fridge and grab myself another beer.
Okay. But I don't know. I feel like this makes tomorrow so much more interesting as to now I feel like we need to be a little desperate to go get a running back that we're going to have high enough. I mean, if they've got a diamond in the rough they fell in love with, like Bo, where people had evaluations in the second round for him and we take him, with our standalone pick in the first. So maybe, we still have a Caleb Johnson selected and we're not worried whatsoever. He'll be there at 51 and they're not freaking out. But I would freak out if we don't hear a trade up scenario tomorrow. I will freak out.
Yeah. It's interesting. It is very interesting, Jay, that I would be okay. Caleb Johnson and Quinshawn Judkins, one of them is going to be there at 51.
Absolutely.
I don't see any. I honestly cannot. Looking at who picks before us, I cannot see any scenario in existence where one of those guys is not available to us at pick 51. So
I was told Washington is in love with Henderson.
who is?
Washington.
Okay.
And they have I don't know. I feel
Washington would be foolish not to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good scenario. So, I don't know. I'm kind of scared that we're going to lose out on Henderson, and then
we might. But we've already said it. We're not necessarily – what are we looking for? A running back who improves our running back room. Quinshawn Judkins does that. Caleb Johnson does that.
You should.
So even if we miss out on Henderson, we're not losing, so to speak.
Billy Timmons. Nuggets are losing just like the draft. A big L.
Timmons, no! How dare you? Look, no. I wouldn't count the Nuggets out yet. They do what they do.
Definitely.
They're not there in the last 5 years are historically not a first half team.
So wow, Donovan Jackson and
I missed that. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State, goes to Minnesota. I didn't mock him to the first round at all.
Nope, neither did I. I didn't see him in very many mocks at all.
In fact, I don't think I had him on our big board anywhere.
Interesting.
I'll look, but
and there's the trade. There it is.
New York Giants make a trade.
There it is. He's going to be a giant. What a quarterback room. It's going to be so epic. It's a reality show. Eating those W's plus Russell Wilson plus Shedeur. Oh, my gosh. if that's what's about to happen.
That'd be nuts. That would be, like, freaking insane, cuz.
Wow. Right above the Rams. And it makes sense that they needed to jump because I've heard the Rams, were coveting Shedeur if that actually would fall that way. Stafford's got like a year left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's got maybe a year left on his. The dude is in a lot of pain. Stafford's got some major cervical spine issues going on. He's hurting all the time. His neck is jacked.
Well, he was brought in to win a championship, and
he did that.
Just what he did.
He did do that. But I personally really don't foresee much of a future for him past next year. Maybe 2 years.
Ooh. Yeah.
So the Giants are back on the board for the second time tonight. We'll see what they do, man. This could be crazy.
Man, speaking of goobers, Jackson Dart. Let's chalk him up to a goob as well. He looks so crazy.
Yeah, that dude. I mean, good Lord, what a goofball.
This will be interesting. The back half of the first is always awesome.
Sanders hasn't gotten picked. Nope. It was actually speculated often in the last 24 hours that Sanders would drop to the second round, maybe even the third, because what's his name? Who came on? He came on Cowherd earlier this week. Can't remember his name, but he gave us a statistic that in the last 15 years there have been something like 30 quarterbacks taken in the first round, only 6 in the second, and then 18 in the third. And he was saying if you don't get picked in the first, don't count on yourself being picked in the second, and then you're just being picked to be a backup in the third. I don't think that's Sanders, but it's been said several times over the past few days by big names in the industry. Don't be surprised if Shedeur doesn't drop into the second round.
It's not a good situation for him. And I think there's a lot of unfair judgment because of his last name, because there was so much controversy over his number being retired. It's pretty insane. But if you take his name off and you just looked at him as a player, the dude's going to be successful. I just can't think he won't be. He's got the skill set. He does everything well. He really does. He holds on to the ball a little bit too long, but wouldn't you running around on that offensive line? Like, I don't blame him for that, really. I don't know. Again, I hope Shedeur goes to a good place.
I hope so, too. I mean, I loved him in Colorado. I think it's a little – I honestly think it's a little shitty to let your dad retire your number when there are other players who have worn that number who were just as important to Colorado sport, University of Colorado sports as you were.
Yeah.
It is not a good look. It's not a good look. The whole number retirement crap by Deion Sanders to retire your own kid's number. How did you not look at that and go, this probably isn't the best idea?
Well, what's done is done, and you let Prime be Prime, and that's what Prime does, is he makes bold moves.
Prime is Prime.
And
Prime does whatever the F he wants.
This is what you sign up for.
Billy Timmons says, I remember us losing to the Giants a few times when we thought they weren't a problem, but now, dude, with Bo Nix at the helm, Giants aren't a problem.
Well, and the Giants quarterback room is going to be a lot of if you have more than one quarterback, you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
It's a very full room.
Well, Jay, Damari Mathis can go back to working at Burger King drive-thru.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, poor Jay and his love of Damari Mathis.
I think I have a tribute to Damari Mathis that I will throw out there at some point, just to end my agenda.
I know how Damari Mathis can still be involved in Broncos country. You can recruit him to Orange and Blue Network.
Well, yeah. I don't know what he's got going on. He'll play for a different team. He's fine. He'll get another somewhere else. But yeah, he's done, definitely. Oh my gosh. A first-round quarterback entering the room.
With Ja'Day Barron in that room? No, he's out. He's gone.
Yeah, he's definitely gone.
That's the end of his tenure on the Denver Broncos.
But that's not a representation of him or his skill set.
Giants selection. Hold on one sec. Jackson Dart!
Oh my God!
Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders! Holy shitballs! I'm losing my mind here. What is going on in the 2025 draft? This is crazy!
Johnny, I can feel the Husker fans laughing over my shoulder right now, and I don't like it.
Oh my God! That's insane! I mean, okay, first of all, I gotta ask, what's with the haircut, man? It's goofy. Hold on one second.
Jackson Dart. Unbelievable. Now Shedeur is not going to be a first rounder. I mean, maybe LA. I mean, that was another place that, like, again, heard some things for LA, but I mean, gosh, Dart. Them moving up maybe was the sign of, like, well, they thought that the Rams were going to be in for a quarterback, so we got to get above at 25.
Uh-huh. That is bananas.
Oh, you're behind.
Bananas. Well, I don't know how I'm way behind. I mean, it hasn't paused.
Yeah, the fact that Shedeur is falling.
Hold on, let me zoom out for you.
Oh, wow. Now Atlanta's coming back in.
Yeah, Atlanta came back in, too. Atlanta came back in?
Yeah,
are they getting another defensive player?
I don't know.
That's very smart if they do.
I don't know. All I know is the fact that Jackson Dart went over Shedeur Sanders.
Wow.
I mean, holy crap.
Next thing about that.
Is Jalen Milroe going to be drafted before Shedeur?
Honestly, you asked me what I think about that. Honestly, character issues.
Yeah.
I was
down to.
listening earlier and I heard that it's not that he's a bad person.
No,
it's
he's
that I think they said that it's different. He came in NIL money. He's already made money.
Dude, he was making 7 figures in college.
So his demeanor,
He's a superstar now. Like,
yes, his position toward teams was.
He was making more money. He was making more money as a college football player than you and I will ever make in our lives.
Right. So when I was outside on a break, I was reading, the news breaking about who we drafted. We also get to see how other teams felt toward how we drafted. So what I'm saying is everybody's saying that Pat Surtain and Jade is going to be one of the top duos in the NFL. They're talking about.
That's what I said after you.
And they're talking about this is an insane secondary.
That's what I said after you left. And after you walked out, I literally said to Jay, I was like, today, Barron upgrade over to Quan McMillan. And now you'll have Riley Moss, who was the most targeted cornerback in the NFL, but was still number 3 in pass breakups in the NFL last season. Alongside the reigning defensive player of the year, Pat Surtain II, Talanoa Hufanga, who we know as a strong safety, is going to be a game wrecker. Brandon Jones finally getting to play free safety the way he's supposed to.
They got a 2026 first.
Yeah.
For jumping back into the first from the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You've got Brandon Jones, who's finally gets to play free safety the way he's supposed to, and then now Jade Barron, dude, who's going to be throwing where on against us? Nobody.
You got
nowhere.
You add in. I don't know if they're going to let Jaquan go, but you might.
He won't be gone, but Damari Mathis will.
Guaranteed. Sorry.
He knows. We've already talked about it.
Yeah, it's that secondary. That secondary is going to be nasty.
Falcons. Hold on, Falcons. Here comes the Falcons pick.
Another safety.
James Pierce, Tennessee. That's a hell of a pick.
Makes sense.
So the first pick was what? A defensive tackle?
Hang on.
Leonard Floyd.
Oh, come on. Where is it?
I think they got a defensive tackle and an edge. They really sure up their defense because they were one of the worst defenses last year. Good for them.
Is that where Kenneth Grant went?
I think Jalen Walker. Their first pick was an edge.
Oh, yeah, Georgia to Georgia. Oh, my gosh.
They took Jalen Walker at 15, and now they've gone and taken James Pierce Jr. at 26.
How diabolical is that?
You know what? I like teams saying, you know what? This is what we need. This is what we want. We're going to go get it. I like teams saying, hey, if I could trade up and go double up on edge, let's double up on edge. What I wanted the Broncos to do was I wanted them to trade back into the second and double up on running back in the second. Not happening. But that's okay.
But anyway, just to finish my last thought is what I was saying to Jay. Riley Moss, Pat Surtain, Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga, and now Jade Barron. Who is throwing on us? Nobody. We are shutting down the pass game in so many ways.
Now, what do you think we do? I think second round is running back. I think we may trade up the second round for sure.
Not necessarily, because if you pick, you can still pick. If you stand pat at 51, you can still get Caleb Johnson or Quinshon Judkins.
Possibly.
Now, both of them are going before 50.
Possibly.
Not both. Not all.
I think we go running back second. Do we go interior defensive line third, or do we go tight end?
I go tight end third, interior defensive line fourth. What about you, Jay? Same wavelength.
It will have to be Henderson or Stay for me as far as running back. I don't think another running back is worth trading up in the second for.
Agreed.
Looking at what's available now. So if Henderson's gone in like the first couple picks of the second, then I think we stay and we select probably the running back that we were talking about.
Sorry. Tomorrow?
Caleb Johnson.
Henderson. Said if Henderson's not there by our pick. So, will you be gone by then?
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't trade up as Henderson, and you have to, depending on now, I know there's some trade backs that just happened, so we have to see who gets the first few picks and what do they need, because they needed a running back, and those picks they will get Travion Henderson. That's game over. So I think if I'm the Broncos, I'm not planning on Travion Henderson being a Bronco.
I'm not either.
I think Quentin Judge and Caleb Johnson are one of the two. And then I think we go
Terrence Ferguson.
with Pastor 10.
There he is. He's talking about them pretty little pearly whites he got.
And I think we go tight ends and then D lineman fourth round.
I would.
And so you go 2 defense, 2 offense.
Now, when Jay and I did our mock draft on Tuesday, our premium round mock draft, because we only did rounds 1 through 3. When we did our premium round mock draft on Tuesday, and we got to the 3rd round, which is where we selected a tight end. Arroyo from Arizona State was still on the board. Terrence Ferguson from Oregon was still on the board. And Harold Fannin Jr. was also still on the board. I'd go tight end in the 3rd round. Get one of those guys to shore up that tight end room behind Evan Ingram. You got Adam Troutman for 1 more year. 2 veterans that can Evan Ingram can impart his wisdom on pass catching. Adam Troutman can impart his wisdom on inline blocking. And then in the 4th round, I would go defensive line. What do you think, Jay?
I mean, that's definitely a nice pivot. 3rd round is I think probably even going to be too late for tight end. I'm now even thinking like, well, maybe this really is the short game here, or the long game, I mean, and like maybe running back's really not as big a priority as we've been led to believe. It's always been labeled joker. It's always been labeled a weapon, a certain scheme. And so we've always talked about tight end like Lovewood being that role, being that person they're looking for. So maybe we're looking at like a running back in the 4th, as deep as this is, and like 4th, 5th, and you double up in that manner, a double through. It's deep enough that, I mean, that's what's concerning to me is like you still need an interior lineman. You still need a tight end, running back.
I disagree, Jay. I can't see tight end going 2nd round and then running back falling to 3rd. I definitely think running back is, because with Evan Ingram, you can afford to wait. We don't have anyone, and you're saying we're going to make it not as high as 1st or 2nd.
Depending on who's there.
Unless you're Sean Payton, you're really saying, hey, number 1 run block win rate, put a running back in, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and I think we've watched a lot of film between all of us in the network.
Yep.
We follow all the news.
At least between the 3 of us.
We follow the news.
Are you
we have a keen eye to look for an Alvin Kamara, and I don't think I've seen one in the 3rd or 4th round.
There's no complete backs. Like we were talking about a feature back. Like,
and we don't have one in our room and at home anyway.
There wasn't an Alvin Kamara comparison in this draft to begin with.
Well, there were a couple that
that had similar
that
traits,
were very close.
But there was nothing about any one, even Ashton Genty was so different from him. There is not a single running back in this draft that is Alvin Kamara.
They're about to take that athletic safety.
All right, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see if this looks. Let's see what's about to happen because it looks like the pick is in for the
Baltimore's about to have the best safety duo in the NFL.
Who do you think they're taking? Do you think they're
Malachi Starks and that crazy athletic safety?
Oh, from South Carolina.
There it is.
Wow.
Starks,
Yeah.
who we had 20th overall on our big board, the Georgia safety. So there's that. There's that, you guys. I mean, it's there.
Oh my gosh.
What? What's up?
Oh, I over at the Nuggets score. It just
See, this
bad.
is why
It's bad.
This is why I wanted us.
It's
to
not
get,
over yet, Jay.
This is why I wanted us to get offensive weapon because the Baltimore Ravens, who are in the AFC, now arguably have the best safety duo in the NFL with Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, but we have the best cornerback trio now.
Okay, but that's not the cornerback trio is not beating their defensive safeties. If are we depending on Evan Ingram and our run game that we not sure we have yet, and our receivers that are from last year to beat the Baltimore secondary?
We'll see once we get the running back. Once we pick a running back, we are picking a running back. Broncos Country. Don't mistake me.
Look, we're not the only tough defense.
No, I don't doubt that at all.
Has a possibility.
Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey, Malachi Starks, Kyle Hamilton, and Roquan.
They're legit.
They're legit. They're legit. I'm just saying. As an entire backfield, I think we have the better entire defensive backfield than the Ravens do. We do not. You say that. I disagree vehemently.
We have
Pat Surtain alone changes that argument for me.
I think the rest of the supporting cast is better than the rest of us.
Okay, we'll see.
I think Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks is better than Brandon Jones. I don't think it's a big distance. Kyle Hamilton is better than Brandon Jones. Now, actually, Tyler Hufanga is coming off injury. Malachi Starks is rookie.
Yep.
So it's not far.
No, it's not.
Nate Wiggins is better than Riley Moss.
So
was Nate Wiggins top 3 in pass breakups last season?
Nate Wiggins was also healthy. I think he was healthy the entire year. Nate Wiggins is better than Riley Moss.
Was he top
Jay,
3 in the NFL?
Jay, Nate Wiggins and Riley Moss. Who was better last season?
Riley Moss.
Better than Nate Wiggins?
Yes.
Yeah. Very
Okay, I
much
respect
so.
that. I respect that. Okay. Who had a better season, Marlon Humphrey or Jaquan McMillan?
Well,
Marlon Humphrey.
Okay.
But now we have today Barrett.
Hold on. Was the difference between Marlon Humphrey and Jaquan McMillan bigger than the difference between Riley Moss and Nate Wiggins?
That's one I would honestly have to sit back and take some time deep diving on.
That difference is why I said they have the better success.
I disagree still.
I think the difference between Riley Moss and Nate Wiggins is smaller than the difference between Jaquan McMillan and Marlon Humphrey, which gives the Ravens But here's the thing: we have better receiving weapons.
Okay.
They have better tight ends.
Absolutely.
And they have a better run game.
They have better tight ends.
I'm worried about our defensive line because we already had evidence last year that our current status is not good enough.
They said our defensive line grade ended up being really, really good. And we went to I think George Payton said we finished number 5 run stop grade. And what they're saying was it was the linebackers. They're saying the defensive line did their job, but the linebackers didn't.
Okay, and that's absolutely true. And we
so
upgraded that with Drake freaking Greenlaw.
So what they're saying is bring the same defensive line back, maybe get some depth. But if you upgrade a linebacker, that run defense that died at the last month of the season will change because it wasn't the deep line. It was Alex Singleton was injured and wasn't there, and then you bring in Drake Greenlaw. So what the Broncos are saying is keep the same D line, upgrade the linebackers, get Alex Singleton back healthy, upgrade nickel, watch what happens. Because nickel's run stopping too, and there was a communication with the safeties in the corners to upgrade safety too. So they really did upgrade the defense piece by piece.
Yes. In
different places to really, if this is weak, this is strong. If this is strong, this is stronger.
Yes.
To the point where you're like, hey, run defense, linebacker fixed it. Look.
All I'm
And
saying
then
is-
you can bring Talanoa Hufanga up.
okay, I will say that. I'm going to say one last thing. Okay? Defensively, as a whole, the Denver Broncos defense ranked 3rd in the NFL last season as a whole. The Ravens were in the top 6, but they were not top 3. And we have done absolutely nothing but upgrade our defense in the most insane ways this offseason. Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. Now, granted, it's still not my favorite pick in the book, but now you add Barron in there. Dude, this defense is going to be a nightmare. Oh, line selection is in. Here we go. Tyler Williams of Ohio State.
They took him in the first.
Yes, they
Wow.
did.
Wow.
That's a little shocking.
Wow.
A little bit.
Or, again, another defensive tackle over Derek Harmon.
Is he following the
I told you, man. He was trending to be a 2nd-round draft pick now. He's got injury concerns.
Crazy, man.
So is Luther Burden.
And Tyleek Williams was on our big board. Let me see where I had him.
See, here's the thing I'm upset about is that the thing I said earlier is all these guys fall to the 2nd.
I had him at 31. He went at 28.
That's pretty good.
So I'm preparing myself right here, boys. Henderson could be Washington's number 1 pick.
Could be.
Just brace yourself.
Could be.
And we played them this year.
Again, I still don't see him going before 36.
No, Jay's right. Travion Henderson may actually be.
Maybe. I don't know. I still don't see him going before 36, but it's possible.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that stopped me is that pick at 20 wouldn't have gotten signed off without Sean.
Agreed.
And you know what?
That was a Peyton and Peyton
you
pick.
guys. We can say it to George Payton, Sean Payton. Was it a Vance Joseph or was it a Jim Leonard?
I think
Honestly, I don't think it's either. I think it's a Sean Payton pick.
I think it's a best board, best on their best player available on their board because he was the number 1 position play. I mean, he was the first cornerback off the board, so they must have him in a high regard of like the overall ranking of all players. Like
I agree. This is a Chris Harris Jr. Pat Surtain at number 9. This turns out to be an All-Pro nickel.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a pick that turns out to be like. We're like, yo, this pick was insane.
I actually, believe it or not, I actually do.
I hope to be proven wrong because right now I'm not on board with it. I don't like it. The AFC West, like I said to you before, we lost to the Chargers twice last year. They got Najee Harris, who's a 1,000-yard rusher every year, consistent, plays every game, reliable, dependable. They got Mekhi Becton, a big-ass guard, and you know the Chargers like to pull, so they're going to be pulling this big-ass guard with Najee Harris, and then they decided to go get another running back in Amari Hampton, which I wasn't on board to take at 20. I didn't think, because I also didn't think, as I said before, I didn't think a running back was going to be a running back, but I didn't even charge my ticket at 22. And then Ashton Genty went to the Raiders. Okay, so I'm like, I have no issue with them taking those guys. But I have an issue with them taking those guys in contrast with us getting a nickel. If they're going to take those guys,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Vance Joseph has the highest pressure rate of any defense. That's why we led the league in sacks. But the only reason for that is not the pass rush. It's the coverage that allows us to bring more people and to have NASCAR packages and to bring a house. It's because we trust those quality secondary members to man up and not play zone, just man up, and that's.
I mean, and you have a point. If there's coverage sacks and Riley Moss is healthy and takes that next step, Lord, please. This with Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw and the whole defensive line coming back in the same system, healthy. This really does have a potential to be an insane selection.
Listen, we were already a top 3 defense in the NFL. Top 3. Who wins championships, Isaiah?
What the hell does he play? Is he going to play dime for his rookie season until Jaquan's gone and he moves to nickel?
No, I doubt it. I sincerely do. After did you do any deep diving on Barron at all?
No. Why? Why would I?
Hey,
What?
I knew he would go above Johnson. That was very evident.
Jay and I both did, and I'm telling you right now, he's an instant upgrade on Jaquan.
You know what? I'm hungry.
I'm sorry to hear that. There's plenty of food out there. I made a lot.
I'm gonna have a juice.
But no, Jay and I both did deep dives on Barron, and I'm telling you, he is an instant upgrade on Jaquan McMillan.
When I was watching him, I saw Jaquan McMillan with this run tackling, but I was trying to watch
better tackling.
Now, what I did see last year was he took a step back. Now he had that game against the Cleveland Browns. I did see he took a step back last year than 23, and I did see was Jets, Bengals, Browns. Off the top of my head, those three teams picked on the slot.
Yeah.
And the games we played against.
Okay.
The Jets began to pick. They ran slants. The Bucs did it. The Jets did it. The Bengals did it. The Browns did it.
It ain't gonna be easy against Jedi Barron.
And so what I'm thinking is, I can see.
Oh, here we go. It looks like the Washington War Room. They're shaking hands.
They got
high-fiving.
They got
their guy. They got their guy.
I don't think so.
I know.
Not this early.
Two Omar Hampton went to.
We'll see. Here it comes.
It's good. It's good though.
Shut up.
The Eagles just got Saquon.
He's announcing it right now.
Trevion Henderson.
Josh Connolly Jr., the tackle from Oregon, goes to Washington. I did not see that.
High.
Wait. Time out. Number one, they snubbed the Chiefs. That was a mock draft to the Chiefs.
Yep.
They can get Josh Simmons if they want to. Number two, excellent pick by the Commanders. Excellent pick.
I didn't have Connolly going this early.
Not at all.
What pick that is for the Washington Commanders?
Not with that player.
Let me tell you why. Number one, they got Deebo Samuel in the offseason, right? Okay. Who else did they trade for? Larry Tunsil, the other tackle.
Yeah.
Who did they just get right now?
Josh Connolly, who was.
So now they have two bookend tackles. They have a running back and they have receivers, and their defense was good. And they went to the NFC Championship last year. That's an excellent pick.
I had Josh Connolly going in the second round at 38.
Chiefs may get Josh Simmons. That's an excellent pick by the Commanders.
Simmons, it's dropped so much. I don't know why, but like
that's a really good pick. That's a really good pick by the Commanders.
Back to our thought. Now that we've gotten past that, back to our conversation rather about regarding our new secondary. Jay and I both did deep dives on Barron, and he is an instantaneous upgrade on Jaquan McMillan.
I'm definitely gonna. I can't wait. I'm gonna watch film. And
Watch
I can't
film.
wait.
You're gonna be blown away.
The podcast tomorrow are going to be insane from all of them.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait to hear all the tapes.
You're going to watch the film. You're going to watch the film on Jedi Barron.
Jihad Campbell may fall in the second round.
Yes, he might.
If you don't trade up for him,
we're not trading up for him.
Definitely not.
Because we need a running back. Oh, my God.
We're not trading up for him.
Oh, my God.
We passed on him. There was a reason. Jihad Campbell, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong. Jihad Campbell was one of our 30 in-house visits, right? Yeah. If they passed on him at 20, there was a reason.
Let me ask you guys a question. Had we traded back and they don't pick another cornerback in this first round, could we not have gotten the same cornerback we wanted? We could have gotten.
Oh. No, we couldn't have.
No.
Jedi Barron would have been gone by like the first or second pick in round 2.
Yeah, I agree.
And Shadur Sanders is falling around too.
Not shocking. We already knew that was coming.
I am surprised.
It's been can knock that way
Well,
off.
here's the thing. Could we trade up and trade back into the second? Or could we pick a 51 and then trade back into the second?
We could do
I think
either one.
I think it's more likely we try and get 2 second-round draft picks.
Yes, because here's the thing. The more people that fall into the second, the more people get pushed back into the second.
Yeah.
So Jihad Campbell falls into the second. Luther Burton falls into the second. Shadur Sanders falls into the second. Who else? Trayvon Henderson is in the second. That's crazy athletic safety. I think the Chiefs signed him because what's his name? I think they're going to get
Justin Reed is gone.
They lost Justin Reed. So they might need that safety from South Carolina, but they also need a tackle. If so, that safety falls into the second. That's 5 first-round players that fell into the second that pushed all these other people down. Jay, tell me, how can we get 2 second-round picks tomorrow?
Well, you can trade away your third. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
You trade the third, Johnny's right, and you got to trade a future second probably next year, or you trade your first-round draft pick, honestly, next year. Because you make a bet to yourself saying next year's first-round draft pick will be a really low first-round draft pick because we're about to go make noise. So you throw that in to go get a quality player right now for the run.
Bills is in just real quick.
So let's say we trade back into the second. Now, do we wait until we pick 51 and trade back in, or do we trade back in before 51 and just go ahead and
before
say
51? Before 51, I think.
I agree with Jay. I'd say you trade up from 51 to like 36, 37, 38, somewhere around there.
But
you
can't trade in. You can't trade up and then trade back in because you don't have enough picks to do that.
Yeah, you can't.
Because you're trading up, you're giving away picks, and then you're trading back in.
You give away your third. You give them your second. You give them 51 this year. You give them our third. Give them 85. And then you trade away, like Jay said, maybe our second next year.
But Jay said you get 2 seconds, so you have to trade back into the second. So what do you? You don't have a third. You don't have a third to trade back into the second. So I'm not saying trade up from 51. I'm saying if you want 2, and the first one is 51, then you have a second. Do you trade for that second pick after 51 before 51 comes on the board? Or do you wait till you pick 51 and then trade into the second?
We'll get into that in just a second because the pick for the Bills is another Make-A-Wish for the Bills.
Those are the receivers.
Young man Tommy from a Bills fan. He's in a wheelchair. He's a burden.
He's a burden in defense.
Wouldn't that be sick for Josh Allen? They just like, you know what? Let's
if
go.
he gets Luther Burden, Josh Allen's sitting pretty. Because he's already sitting pretty.
Their lines are already great.
No, it's not shocking. But I don't know why he would announce that now. They still have training camp to get through. I mean, who's he got? He's got Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, a career backup now.
Come on, Jackson Dart.
You got Jackson Dart, a rookie, and you got you got Tommy DeVito.
It's a Jackson Dart over Shador.
Yeah, the Giants are not. Hold on, here we go.
Safety.
Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback from Kentucky. Dude, this draft is insane, Jay.
He ran the fastest 40.
Every mock draft you and I have run is completely and utterly useless.
He's small. He's a nickel.
What?
Yeah, he runs the 4.28, but he's small.
Surprising.
He won't have the best vertical either, by the way.
So surprising.
Eagles just traded to the Chiefs. Wait, we're about to hear from George Payton and Sean Payton.
When? Right now?
Momentarily.
Well, we can't get off this show and while the
Chiefs trade number 31 of the Eagles. Eagles moved up from 32 to 31.
What? That's dumb.
Anymore. Look, the Denver Broncos said added a Swiss. This is on Twitter. Denver Broncos Twitter added a Swiss Army knife to our defense. At Move the Sticks breaks down the official game. Look.
Wait, he was coached by Vance Joseph's cousin at Texas.
Ooh, so that there's a connection there.
So the Aaron Rappaport said the Broncos made calls to move up, made calls to try to move out in front of the Steelers, but pick at number 20, Texas DB.
Look, there's a lot to unpack here. There's no other way to look at it. There's a lot to unpack when it comes to that pick. Again, we just shored up, absolutely shored up our defense.
Yes, because technically,
our
this
defense
is the best DB. Technically, this was the best. The way we picked them, we picked the best DB in the draft.
Yes. So now we have 2 first-round defensive backs, bud.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That's true.
I saw him in a lot of
lost one in the second.
I saw a lot of mocks top 10. I saw Carolina sniffing him. I saw quite a bit of other teams. So, like, again, I think it was really best available. And I think they just literally went that route no matter the position. I think if he would have been gone, it would have been a completely different position. Like, it's just about value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to comment real quick on this pick to the Bills. Maxwell Harrison, congratulations to him. Cousin of one of my sergeants in the Army.
For real?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cousin of my my E6 in COIC in the second half of my first deployment in Afghanistan, Jacob Harrison. So good dude, and family relation there. There's a little bit of a personal connection to Maxwell Harrison. Good, congratulations on going to the Bills. He's headed to a hell of a franchise. But yeah, like that's the thing. You know, we're still unpacking this pick of Barron. But again, like I said, you just saw it. You read it right there from the Broncos. Swiss Army knife. Jay and I deep dived on. He's an instant upgrade on Jaquan McMillan. Who the hell is passing well on this defense? Riley Moss on one side, who was the third in pass breakups in the NFL last season. The reigning defensive player of the year in Pat Surtain. An amazing strong free safety in Brandon Jones.
And he's
a game-breaking strong safety in Talanoa Hufanga. And now you add Barron,
who was apparently he was a Jim Thorpe Award.
Yes,
that's a nip. Like,
yes,
everywhere. Yes. So, I mean,
this
on the
defensive back.
The Pat McAfee show, Darius Butler said, "I love this pick on the Broncos."
Yes.
He said he could play anywhere on the field. The difference is really quickly. The difference in Vance Joseph, the way he was drafted, was if you look at the Pats, Isaiah Simmons, he try and draft a safety linebacker hybrid. This time, this hybrid is not a safety linebacker hybrid, it's a nickel boundary. And so now you're giving him this hybrid that can play anywhere. So now you're saying, okay, Talanoa, I can put you up close, I can drop you back. Brandon Jones, you were a top 10 safety last year, and that's not even your position.
Agreed.
And now you can play. Now we know.
You look at Brandon Jones real quick. You look at Brandon Jones. He as a free safety, he led our team in tackles,
and he was second in interceptions.
And it shouldn't be that way. It should not be your free safety that is leading in tackles.
He was second in interceptions, always in the defensive player of the year on our team, and you know you can move him anywhere. Now you get Ja'Day Barron, who can be boundary, inside, dime, nickel. You also have Cad, Chris Aiden-Drakes, who's blocked out, had an interception, very productive, 2, 3, 4 PBUs in the time that he's played. Special teams as well, who can move anywhere. So now you're saying, man, show some, hey, now you've got some knights and you've got some rooks.
Yeah.
Now you've got some knights and some rooks.
Dude, you got Pat Surtain. You got a dang queen.
I don't even know.
Not in that
the queen of battle.
You got the queen of battle.
You got the queen of battle. You got the queen of battle. Billy, you know what we're talking about, queen of battle. And so now you've got these pieces on the board, and so now you can use that Wade Phillips. And so I saw someone tweet this.
Real quick, pick is in for the Eagles at 31,
and they traded with the Chiefs one pick. And so I thought about Wade Phillips because they said I'm seeing a reminiscence of Pat Surtain is the key to leave. Jadae Barron is Chris Harris.
Yes.
And there's like, I see a reminiscence of that. The first thing I thought of was Wade Phillips running that defense.
Can we just say it now?
Hold on. Wade
Okay.
Phillips running that defense for the key to Chris Harris Jr. Guess who's a disciple of Wade Phillips?
Vance Joseph.
So now you're having these Swiss Army knives that now he has. You can make a, depending on how you can make an argument that I wouldn't say better than 2015. We beat the sack record.
Yeah,
we beat their sack record.
Jonathan Cooper.
Could you make an argument that this defense could be better than 2015?
I don't know about better, but I know that it's comparable. And then we can give them a name. They're not going to be no fly zone, but they might be like air traffic control.
People are calling them no fly zone 2.0.
People I like air traffic control better. People you heard it here first here, folks.
I like.
We'll see what kind of Hufanga we get, because obviously I think that could be an absolute TJ Ward comparison in that scenario.
Yep.
What took that defense on is TJ Ward.
Thank you. The Hufanga we get makes or breaks this defense.
Absolutely. Because
he is another Swiss Army knife. Yeah. So now you have defenses who have no idea what the hell you're doing. Because you're like, oh, there's Colorado Hufanga. I see him at the line. I know what he's doing. Brandon Jones at the line. Why is he over? What is going on? And all of a sudden, anywhere. Both blitz and Brandon Jones is one deep in safety, and Dre Greenlaw and Nick Bonino drop back. Some weird Vance Joseph, weird twisted defense. I think they'll go to get Derek Harmon to replace.
What were you saying, Jay?
Well, I'll just say it eliminates the aspect of having to, I don't know. No, I completely forgot what I was going to say, but it makes a lot of sense, I think, for our defense. It really does.
Here comes Eagle selection.
You're going to hear it. This is what I wanted for the Broncos.
Ooh.
Eagles even more
dangerous. That's what I wanted for the Broncos. They got Jihad Campbell and Zach Bond.
Like I wanted Jihad Campbell when we passed him at 20.
When
we passed on him at 20, we lost our chance on him.
Damn it.
I mean, there was no doubt. Jay, did you have any doubt that passing on Jihad Campbell, he would not go to the Broncos in any way?
I thought he would even get to 20. I thought he would be gone for sure, Tampa Bay, or someone would do it even.
I saw him gone by 15.
They thought he was going at 11. I want to know their thought process of best nickel over best linebacker.
Yeah. Real quick, while we got a second, Jihad Campbell goes to the Eagles. I want to say we saw 30. What I'm showing, it's not always completely accurate, but we still are showing over 30 people live right now. If you have not already, or it's your first time here, please go on over to Orange and Blue Network on YouTube. Like, subscribe, share, comment. Okay. Do the same thing on Twitter, Facebook, and check out the audio version of our podcast everywhere you find your favorites, guys. We go all year round, all 52 weeks of the year. There are multiple shows with multiple hosts, all diehard Denver Broncos fans, and we have an absolute blast doing it. The goal of our network is to always make it feel like you're hanging out, more like you're hanging out at a tailgate talking football with your best friends than just an analytics show. So please make sure that you do that. Thank you.
Almost 4 hours, guys. Hit the thumbs up like button, guys. Come on, smash.
Help us out.
Thumbs up. Almost 4 hours.
Okay, so Jihad Campbell goes to the Eagles. I'm not shocked at all. The Eagles need to go ahead, Jay.
Do we think the South Carolina safety is now going to be a chief because of Reed being gone and that's lining up perfectly for them?
No, they didn't tackle. But that safety falling to the second round is crazy. I think he had a 10 RAS score.
I have a feeling that might
We
be
have
the
like a
cheap route.
9.9.
Johnny, pull that up. I want to see everybody who was supposed to go in the first fall to the second.
All right,
Shador,
this whole page.
Will
they're gone.
Johnson.
No, Will Johnson's still event. No, is Will Johnson gone?
No,
No.
he's
I
still
thought he
in.
did. No, he's still on the board.
Will
Will
Johnson.
Johnson's still on the board. Going here.
Derek Harmon.
Mike Green is still on the board.
Mike Green. So Will Johnson.
Michael Williams
Green.
went. James Pierce went. Shamar Stewart went. Kelvin Banks went.
Luther
Luther
Burden.
Burden is still on the board. Matthew Golden is gone.
Derek
Wilson
Harmon.
is gone. Derek Harmon is still
Harmon's
on the
gone.
board. No, Harmon's
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
Who got him? I might have missed that. Did I miss that?
So Derek Harmon's still on the board.
Yeah.
Derek Harmon's still on the
Derek
board.
Harmon is still on the board, Jay.
Really?
Yeah.
So on our second page,
So we
11
got
through
four.
20.
So we got four. We got Mike Green. We have Will Johnson.
Yep.
Luther Burden.
Derek Harmon, and that's from the first two pages.
And we got Nick Emenwari.
Nick Emenwari is still there. Now, granted, remember, this is our big board, not somebody else's.
We got Nick Emenwari, Josh Simmons.
Yep.
And Nick Scorton.
And Nick Scorton is still there. And then we got to do the last two, so picks 31, 32.
Siobhan Revel.
Tyleek Williams is already gone.
Kenneth Brent got taken.
Siobhan Revel. So we have what, 6? 7 from our big board still on the board.
So yes, Josh Conway got taken.
You know what?
And Kenneth Brent got taken.
You're right. So you know what? I'm going to sit here with our top 32 on the big board, and of course that is excluding a quarterback.
Well, what I'm saying
Because hold on, because when I built this big board, I excluded quarterbacks because the Broncos were looking for a quarterback.
So 8.
So, but beyond that,
well, the reason why I bring that up is because you have 8 players who were supposed to go in the first now have been pushed down to the second. So that means people that they thought were going in the first now are there in the second. So players that we thought would be going in the second will still be there. So Caleb Johnson, Quinshawn Judkins, who we thought may go earlier in the second, have now been pushed down at least 8 spots.
At least. Real quick, Uzi Goozy, who I would love to give massive shout out because I know that he was here for his buddy. You know, and I know that he initially tuned in for his friend, Bronco Rob, is still with us, and he says, Eagles front office, big brain, just picked best Bama on the board or Bulldog. Gentlemen, had a really good time watching the draft with you guys and hearing your insights and opinions. Lots of fun. Uzi Goozy, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you for sticking it out with us tonight. It's been almost a 4-hour show. It's been a blast. It's been crazy. Please make sure that you catch us on our other shows on Tuesdays. You have the final pick of the draft real quick coming up. Thanks, Uzi Goozy. Final pick, Chiefs selection right now.
They picked no one.
John Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State.
All right.
Guys, I'm listening to George Payton and Sean Payton. They're live. They're talking about why they chose him. So far, I've heard he's a playmaker. They said they watched him last week. George Payton watched him earlier this season. Then him and Sean watched him last week. They said they just couldn't stop watching him over and over again. They said he's a playmaker. They just couldn't stop watching.
Yes, he is.
But back to this, what we call Travion Henderson, the second round.
Yeah.
8. So now the second round has changed because some people traded back. The Falcons traded up, so they gave away their second round pick. And I believe.
Hold on. Let me give you a rundown. Let me pull up a quick. I've got like 3% battery left on my phone here, but I can pull up.
I believe the Giants also gave away their second round pick. So there's 8 people we just named that we thought were going in the first that are going in the second. You could say 9 with Travion Henderson, but we keep him there. That pushes some numbers back. Now, I expect if the Broncos are comfortable with staying there.
Hold on. Time out. Let me give a rundown of who is picking in the second round, okay? And you guys, while I'm doing that, please help me out remembering who running back needing teams that didn't pick either Omarion Hampton or Ashton Genty because they're the only 2 running backs that went in the first round. And help me remember, and just kind of help me remember who's needy for running back. This one right there. They're doing round 2?
No.
Okay. So the Cleveland Browns pick next. Then the Texans. Then the Titans. Fourth, 36th overall is going to be the Browns again. Then the Raiders. Then the Patriots. The Bears at 39. The Saints at 40 and the Bears again at 40.
Bears.
Or 41. Yeah, Bears for sure.
Browns and Bears so far 2.
Saints maybe 2 as well.
Saints have Kamara.
Nah, not for much longer. He's getting old.
No, they just give him a contract.
Yeah,
so
maybe, but that doesn't. I don't think that precludes them.
They paid the man.
I think in the second round, yes.
42 overall is the Jets. Then the Niners. 44th will be the Cowboys. Then the Colts. Then the Rams. Then at 47 will be the Cardinals. 48 will be the Dolphins. Then the Bengals. At 50, you'll have the Seahawks and us at 51.
I count 4 to 5 teams in to running back for us.
Jay, what about you?
Yeah, that's a lot of teams, man. It's not hopeful.
Bears.
I mean, you have to trade up.
Bears. You have to trade up. I counted Bears. I counted. I heard the Bears. Need a running back. Bears. I think the Cardinals could use a running back. I heard the Cardinals. The Cowboys.
Yep.
So I had the Bears, the Cowboys, the Cardinals. Let me see this.
Uzi Goozy says, thank you, guys. We appreciate you, Uzi. Can't wait to see you on our other show.
Scroll up. Let me see that.
So we at least need to move up to 30, 37, 38.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
first 10 picks, first 20, 15 picks. Definitely the first half.
Browns. Titans have Tony Pollard.
Bear in mind, this is us saying this because we believe as a network, at least the guys that are on this show right now, the second round is exclusively for our running back. And I believe that. I will stand by that. I will die on that hill.
Niners.
So that being said,
Niners. Do you think the Niners would get a running back in the second round?
no, I don't.
Christian McCaffrey coming off injury, but they
Niners go in the third or
Let
the
me
fourth.
finish. Possibly, yes. But the Niners also lost both their running backs. They lost Jordan Mason and Mostert. And Christian McCaffrey's coming off an injury.
I still don't see them going before the third or the fourth round.
So I've got
They have other
Cowboys,
names that outweigh it.
Cowboys, maybe the Colts. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor. Maybe not really. So I have
No, they're not going to go for running back in the second round. They'll probably go for a
Bears,
safety.
Bears,
or a cornerback.
Browns. Actually, we could trade up with the Browns because they have 2 second round.
They do.
We
They
could
do.
really trade up to 36 and give them. I wouldn't be surprised if we trade up to 36.
So again, as I'm saying, based on what we believe here on this network, second round is pretty much for running back, right? Right, guys?
yeah, I don't think we trade.
Okay. That being said, 3 running backs, 3 premium running backs that we believe that could change the game for the Broncos are Travion Henderson, Quinshawn Judkins, and Caleb Johnson. Right? Is there any other running back names that you would take on a second?
They're talking about DJ Giddens could go in the second.
You mean
I've seen DJ Giddens, Quinshawn Judkins, Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson.
you mean Ollie?
No, DJ Giddens. He had a very fast 40.
The only big playmaker that I think would still be in contention if we had to make an argument would be if Mason Taylor is there. I don't think he will be, but
No,
I think he's a very coveted tight end that has just the same potential as Loveland and Warren.
You know
honestly.
what? You know what, Jay? Here's the thing. Let's not panic, right?
I'm not panicking.
Kenneth Walker's up for trade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Brees
there are
Hall.
other routes for running back.
So because that's become available, you can say, okay, I think Kenneth Walker I think he had injury issues, but was successful in Seattle. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Very successful.
He was successful, but had injury concerns, right?
Sure. Yeah, he had a few. He got injured, I think, twice, right, Jay? Kenneth Walker the third. 2
Yep.
injuries over the last 2 years.
Often injured, but he is explosive. He's good.
So there's that, but then you got Brees Hall from the Jets. who's been healthy since he got returned. Maybe needs a fresh start.
If you're coming from the Jets, you need a fresh start no matter who you are.
I think it's second or bust. And although we saw 5 games before that needed a running back, we also have 8 players that fell from the first to the second.
Sure.
7 to 8 players that fell from the first to the second. So if a team that needed a running back before, now, because for example, didn't the Raiders? No, the Raiders don't need a running back.
No, they got Ashton Genty. They don't need. The Raiders aren't going to be picking a running back.
For example, there was who was another team that needed a running back? It was Cleveland. Cleveland needs a running back.
They got 2 picks though, so they can get what they can get. The Browns could get whoever the hell they want in the second round and trade away that other second round pick.
If I'm the Broncos, I'm trading up. So I'm calling Cleveland. I'm trying to get that. They have 33 and 38. If I'm Cleveland, if I'm Broncos, if I'm paying, I'm calling up to get a 38th pick. I'd give them 51.
They are sitting.
I give
They're
them 51.
sitting at 33 and 36.
I'd give for the 36. I'd give them 51. I'd give them this year's 4th and next year's 3rd. No, I'd give them.
Yeah, no, I would too.
I would give them
actually
this,
a really good
this
pick.
year's 4th and next year's 3rd. For pick 5th to move up to the second.
To move up to 36.
And so, but I maybe if I'm giving 2 away, maybe I try and get 1 back. If not, I'm okay with that. Someone giving up a 4th this year,
okay.
So I can still get my 3rd round tight end. And so if I'm moving up to 36, I can get. I
agree because I fully expect that at least one of these 3, Arroyo, Ferguson, or Fannin, are going to be available to us at 85.
Hopefully.
Do you disagree, Jay? I think at least one of those 3 will be available at 85.
Well, if they're trading, we already don't have a 5th. So if we're trading up in the second, and we're getting rid of our 4th, are we willing to sacrifice? Are we willing to get a tight end this year?
I would,
and then get an interior defensive line later in the 6th, or do we want to get an interior defensive lineman in the 3rd and then get a tight end later on? Because if we get a tight end, we're sacrificing. We're going to get an interior defensive line later.
See,
I prefer to
Jay.
get
Let me ask you.
I get an interior defensive line later.
Yeah. See, let me ask you, Jay. If that was the case, if we traded away our 4th this year to move up in the 2nd, would you prefer to go for a tight end in the 3rd or defensive lineman?
No, I mean, honestly, I think I'd rather have defensive line. I'm scared about Genty. I really am, about seeing that twice a year. I'm scared about Elmira and Hampton being in our division as well. I'm scared about those 2 teams that are going to just pound the ball. That's what Pete Carroll does. All he does is just pound the rock.
Yeah. It's Najee Harris and Lamar and Hampton with the big-ass Super Bowl winning Mekhi Becton.
I'm scared about that. So we need a defensive lineman bad.
Yes, but let me ask you this.
I agree.
We have JFM, Malcolm Roach, for 1 more year right now. But one of the things we got to think about is the fact that as of next year, we will not be on the hook for any more Russell Wilson money.
Yeah.
No more. So let's say we don't go get a defensive lineman early in this draft. Right? We go for let's say the 3rd round we get a tight end. We get Arroyo, Ferguson, or Fannin, or someone like that, right? We don't get a defensive lineman. Do you not think that with that kind of money, we could at least shore up with another free agent or re-sign JFM and Roach?
Well, why not re-sign them this year?
I'm just saying.
If you're going to re-sign them next year.
The point that I'm making is right now we have them for both for 1 more year.
Well, I would go. The reason why
could you not, in your opinion, using the money that will fall off of Russell Wilson's ridiculous contract next season, use that money to keep them here and get that defensive line?
Well, let me ask you a question. Who are you re-signing this year and who are you not? That makes you different. Are you re-signing Zach Allen but not re-signing JFM and Malcolm Roach this year?
I would honestly, if I had to pick between the 3, 2 of the 3. Zach Allen, absolutely. and JFM, absolutely.
So you're re-signing 2 and not 3, and you're drafting a third rounder, and you're saying draft a 6th rounder to replace Malcolm Roach.
I mean, you do. I mean, we have depth behind them already. We don't necessarily
because next year, because right now
that's what I'm saying is address that.
Right now, none of them are re-signed. So next year we'll lose Malcolm Roach, JFM, and I believe Zach Allen all at once.
We're not going to let that happen. I promise you that.
Correct.
Zach Allen is not going anywhere.
Zach Allen isn't going
correct. Anywhere. I agree. But right now, I would go to interior defensive lineman in the 3rd round, and so I can replace at minimum one of those 3.
Yeah,
and then next year, depending how this plays off and depending on who you re-sign, maybe you can get an interior defensive lineman in the 1st round. So now you've replaced 2 out of 3, 1 in the 1st,
and that's what I'm saying.
1 in the 3rd, and now you have 2 out of 3 fixed.
That's what I'm saying. Me personally, Jay says he would prefer to go defensive line in the 3rd round. But I prefer to go tight end.
But I would say this about a tight end, if we're going a tight end in the 3rd, is we have Adam Troutman on 1 more year. We re-signed Lucas Kroll, and we have
neither one of them will be here next year.
That's fine. We don't need them.
We don't. We need them.
Lucas Kroll is the best player on the team.
If we don't sign a tight end in the 3rd round, it's because we don't need them to be here this year.
Agreed.
Lucas Kroll, Nate Atkins. We run that exact same tight end room back the exact same way.
We've already lost one of them,
except we replaced Greg Dulcich.
Jay, did we already lose one of them already?
No, we have all.
Didn't we lose Nate Atkins?
No, he's on his rookie contract. So we have all the exact same. We replaced Greg Dulcich with Evan Ingram.
Okay.
So you bring them all back, and then next year. And so here's my question with Johnny: is next year is our 1st round pick inside linebacker, defensive lineman, or tight end?
Defensive line.
Because Adam Troutman won't be here anymore.
Defensive line.
Evan Ingram will be on this last year.
I'm telling you, go for tight end in round 3 this year. Get defensive lineman next year.
Yeah.
Possibly.
That's where I'm
possibly. Or let's say the wide receiver room doesn't pan out. So now, do we get a wide receiver 1st round?
Here's the thing, though, guys. If we take a big step back here, isn't it interesting that we can come up with all these scenarios of going different directions? To me, that just represents continuation of how flexible we can be in this draft, and that we have the privilege to draft a cornerback for nothing, like really just because he's the best player. Like we are set up. So like I just let's trust the 4th and 5th and 6th rounders as well in this draft. I mean, we've also have history that shows that some of those can turn into be quality starters in and of themselves. We're very good at scouting in that. So the whole totality of the draft will, I think, change our minds a little bit of
I agree.
What to do for next year.
Now, Uzi Goozy is still with us. I thought Uzi Goozy was saying goodnight to us, but he's still with us. And he says, how about Caleb Johnson for us at 51 without moving up? That would be an ideal scenario. However, I'm not sure, and I can't speak for these guys, but me personally, I am not sure that I would take the risk of Travion Henderson, Caleb Johnson, and Quinshawn Judkins being off the board by the time we pick at 51.
I would prefer if we're getting one running back. Yeah. My only question would be if it's Caleb Johnson at 51, who is my favorite. Who is going to be the second running back to balance that out? Because I don't think you're going to have Caleb Johnson and Andre Espinay.
See, I disagree.
No, I think you do. You have those two, and then you sign a veteran like a Samaje Perine, like
when I did my
who knows?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do Caleb Johnson, trade for Breece Hall.
You know, see, when I did my Denver Broncos media battle against on
Mic'd Up
Live against Mundungus, one of the questions in the battle that was point deciding was, is a Broncos starting running back currently on this roster? He said no. I said yes. Now, I am still high on Audric Estime, and I have been, and I will remain so. I believe that Audric Estime, as a rookie, struggled. Absolutely. I deny nothing. He absolutely struggled. But he had those early fumbles. And I think that got in his head and it became a mental game. And when we saw a lot of what we saw from Audric Estime last season, in my opinion, comes down to the mental game. The yips, so to speak. You know what I'm talking about when I say the yips? You know, the psychological, you know, like when a 9-time MVP pitcher gets on the mound and suddenly just throws nothing but balls and can't hit the strike zone to save his life. That's what I think would happen with not with Quinshon Judkins. I'm sorry. Audric Estime. That's what I believe happened with Audric Estime last season, which is something that can be fixed through coaching, counseling, and other things. There are literally people out there who are literally sports psychologists. That is their job. That is their livelihood, is dealing with athletes. I think that Audric Estime got in his own head, and that caused him to take a step backwards. I think with another offseason and more time and some time to get past those mental blocks that he had going on, that Audric Estime will step up in a big way for us this season, and I have believed that, and I will continue to believe that.
I think with Estime possibly being the starter, being the highest. Actually, it's ironic. Estime is the highest drafted running back we have on the roster. He's a 5th-round pick. Everyone else is undrafted. Jalil, Dave, Watson are all undrafted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think if Estime is going to be the guy back at home, which I think he could be, if I'm going to go a running back, it's not Caleb Johnson. Because I don't think – because please, guys, if I'm off base, tell me. I'm thinking those two don't complement each other.
Actually, they do. Actually, they do.
Jay, please break the tie. Estime and Caleb Johnson are not – when it comes to running style, pass blocking, pass catching, there's no change of pace.
They're totally different backs.
They're different backs. I'm not saying they're the same.
They're complementary.
I'm not saying they're the same back. I'm saying they're not complementary.
They're complementary.
Jay, do you think they're complementary? I'm not saying they're the same, but I think they're different. Do you think they're Estime and Caleb Johnson?
I mean, I think Audric Estime is just depth, no matter what your feature back is. No matter if he has the same traits as Audric or not, he's not a starter. He's not a headline running back. So even if we got someone that matched his skill set, I guess, on that side of power, I wouldn't be upset. And Caleb Johnson is pretty much power. He's not like the fastest running back in this draft, but I just like him because he has great vision and he has a very stand-up style. So he just can get to a top speed very quickly.
And I agree. But the real reason why I say this is because Sean Payton mentions change of pace back all the time. He mentions change of pace back. And Caleb Johnson and Estime aren't changing pace. They both run close to the same 40. Audric Estime has a slower. Once he makes his cut, he's explosive.
Uzi Goozy, real quick. Uzi Goozy, thanks for addressing my questions. Last one. Are you guys doing this for round 2? Undecided yet.
We'll see in the group chat who wants to go.
I'm going to be speaking. There are 10 dudes on our host roster. I'm going to reach out and see if there's anybody. I know that I will not be able to do round 2 tomorrow. I know Isaiah will not be able to. I can't speak for Jay, but I am going to reach out in our chat and see if there's anybody that'd be willing to take over round 2 for us and do this tomorrow. So we'll see. I can't make any promises, but we will try. Clayton Heron, real quick, says, hey, guys, it's good to see Clayton in the house. He jumps in at the 11th hour saying, smash that like button and share, guys. It's sinking finally. I absolutely love our pick. Dude can ball. Clayton also says, sneaky corners we have. I love it, man. And Uzi Goozy comes back. Okay, I'll check back in, and if so, cool. If not, our next show will be on Tuesday. Myself and that guy over there, Jay the Dreamweaver. We will be hosting the Nothing Rhymes Orange and Blue podcast on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Mountain. So make sure that you check that out.
Yeah. So like I was saying, to change it back, it's Estimate's a little bit slower, explosive off the cut.
Yeah.
I think both have good vision, but there's really no change of pace. I think you can have one or two guys pursue the ball, and that's that.
One thing
I think really quickly. I think with Estimate, if I'm thinking about Estimate being the number one back, I think that's the Kansas City game when Sean Payton said, "Hey, for this last drive, you're the guy," and Audric Estimate did his damn thing.
Yeah,
he did what we needed him to do, and I love that. Let me comment. The best complimentary back to Audric Estimate, if it's not Travion Henderson in the second round, is probably Quinton Judkins. And so,
I'm sorry, I disagree.
I would like to see Quinton. If we're gonna go Estimate, I want to see Quinton Judkins and Audric Estimate.
See, I disagree. I think
Johnny,
it's Caleb. Yeah,
let him have it. It's his birthday.
Let him have it. You know, I did have Timmons earlier trying to get me to pink belly the crap out of this dude.
Thank you, Jay. Let me have it.
But no, I completely disagree. I disagree vehemently. You need what? I know, I'll get it for you. But no, I disagree with you completely. I'm sorry. Caleb Johnson, Audric Estimate, we what did we see from him? Before the draft, before we drafted him, and after. He's a bowling ball. He knocks down the pins in front of him. He gets through the defensive line. That's what he does. Caleb Johnson, on the other hand, is a dude with amazing patience. He does not do what Audric Estimate does. He allows the play to develop, finds his hole, and gets through it. That's what makes Caleb Johnson different from Audric Estimate. And that's why that alone right there is why I say they play complementary football. Is because Audric Estimate is just going to knock dudes down in front of them and get through, while Caleb Johnson's going to find the hole. He's going to get through the hole. He's fast but big, and he's going to get to that second level.
But you're mischaracterizing Estimate. Estimate isn't just run through. Estimate's patient.
He's not as patient as Caleb Johnson.
Estimate is more patient. Estimate is patient and looks for the hole and cuts. He really does.
Not the way that Caleb Johnson does.
Yes, I think Caleb Johnson is quicker. I think he's quicker than Estimate, but I think both are patient. And I'm just not seeing that big of a difference of being complimentary.
I want to see more of this Jay's fingers thing going on here. I don't think I've ever been so turned on in my life.
This is my very first podcast on a phone, dude. I've never actually It's crazy. It's so different.
What happened to your laptop?
My laptop's fine. I just wanted to have a basketball game and the draft on. So I'm just trying to multitask of I do have, other screens and whatnot, but I wanted to keep my focus on one.
Our Nuggets are getting absolutely spanked right now.
Yeah. Dude, the beats are down right now after last night, after what's going on tonight, after I don't know. It's smart. I love it, and I think I'm going to like it more with time as it ages. But the surprise nature of taking a cornerback is just it doesn't feel right. It's just not what I expected.
I get that it doesn't. But again, after the deep dive that I did do on that particular pick, man, on that player.
He's good. It's the position. It's not the player.
I'm excited to see what our defense becomes with the addition of him and our two free agency acquisitions. I think our defense is going to become what's the word I'm looking for? The bane of all NFL teams. That everyone's going to look at us after this. I really believe this. And you heard it here first. I'll go ahead and do it. Jay and Isaiah, I'm going to hot take it. You ready? I truly believe after this pick that the Denver Broncos will be the most feared defense in the NFL for the next 2 seasons. That's it. There you go. There's my hot take. But I truly believe it. And I will stand by it. I will say it on Tuesday. I will say it on every single episode that I am on of any show on the Orange and Blue Network.
Any day of the week.
Any day of the week and twice on Sundays. I'm going to say it until I'm proven wrong. Or proven right. And then I'll still say it. We all, I believe that the Denver Broncos defense just became with the addition earlier in the offseason of Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, and that we became one of the most feared defenses. Now I believe with this pick, we just became the most feared defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
So
we added to strength.
We took the strongest side of the ball we had, and we made it even stronger. We just added steroids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm cool with it. But all right, you know what? We are now 4 hours, 15 minutes into the show. That's what makes this a mega show. It is 11:11 Central where we live, so it is about time for us to roll out of here. But before we go, I want each of your Rob already dipped on us, and that's fine. And the other host on our network that was slated to be joining us tonight, Ty Y, never showed, and that's okay.
Boo.
That's okay. He had I'm not going to get into any details, but he had other important appointments to get to tonight. So I'm going to ask you guys one at a time, starting with I'm going to go with Isaiah starting. Final thoughts on round 1 of the NFL draft from your perspective, from the Broncos' perspective, whatever you want. Final thoughts.
Okay. I hate unpredictable draft picks. So, I have no idea. I'm patient and I'm just going to wait. I don't know. And it's funny because we talked about this about other players, not necessarily starting this year, but being rotational. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It seems he really, really is a Swiss Army. He can play anywhere.
He can play anywhere.
Safety.
Any position on the
safety,
defense. On the
slot, box.
Any position on the defensive backfield, that dude can do it.
And I don't know. I need to see the vision. Apparently, what I read so far was he was a guy on the board. They just never thought he'd be at 20. They never thought he'd be at 20. He was on their board. They just never thought he'd be at 20.
Huh.
And then
apparently, based on that knowledge alone, they had him above Jihad Campbell.
And so
for sure.
My thoughts are just wait. I don't know. If they have a vision where this dude's out there and he's just insane, and you like, hey man, if he turns out to be like not Pat Surtain, but like Pat Surtain, where he's like, oh, this dude's DPOY or All Pro and credit, I love it. Other than that, I don't know, man.
Real quick before I get to Jay, Joe Brewer popping in at the 11th hour saying waste of a pick, and it's telling that media that cover the team are having to try and sell the pick shows it was a waste of a pick.
I hear that. I hear that. And that's why I'm 50-50 right now. It's a waste of a pick, or this could turn out to be another George Payton, Sean Payton. Remember, people are saying this is Sean Payton and George Payton too. This could either be a waste of a pick, or this was a gangbusters.
Or it was an absolute like
teams envy us.
Yeah. Jay, what about you? Final thoughts on round one?
Well, after thinking about it, I guess like the likelihood of doubling down on a position of strength was always on the board because I think there were more popular amounts of people thinking, well, what if they took an edge? What if they took, a safety? There were thoughts of that. I just never thought cornerback out of all of those strengths would be something to double down on. But it makes total sense, like the philosophy of fortifying your strengths already. It gives you so much flexibility. So it's going to grow on me. Like I said, it's just a whole shock value tonight. I'm just taken back.
All right, I'll give my final thoughts, and they're similar somewhat. Maybe a little bit more optimistic than both of you, slightly. I like what you had to say there, Jane, your final thoughts, that you're showing up a position of strength with even more strength. One thing we know as NFL fans, defenses win championships. Ultimately, right? Our offense was surprisingly way better than expected last season. We are going to add to it. There's still 3 more days of the draft. We are going to add to our offensive depth and to our offensive needs. With that being said, adding to a position of strength that, especially, like I said, our defensive backfield, who none of us thought we would. You're right, Jay. None of us thought we would add a cornerback. At least it's not a safety. Let's say that. Because we said that a safety would piss us off, right? Truly would piss us off. We added a cornerback, which we were not expecting, but it is at a position that took the weakest cornerback position we have of the 3 cornerback positions we have and made it better.
Yeah.
Defenses win championships. So once added to our offense in both the draft and the what always happens every year, the second round of free agency before training camp is going to happen as well. I think it may not be the most glamorous or sexy pick out there, but I think it's one that I personally think that it's one that in a few years we'll look back on and go, what these guys saw, I never would have expected, but I'm sure glad they did.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my final thoughts. I'm not sure where Isaiah went. I'm guessing probably to evacuate. So we'll get ready to roll out of here. We thank everyone who joined us, not only just viewing, but in the comment stream. Stayed with us the whole time. We kept pretty consistent numbers the entire time, so it was awesome to have everybody with us. The round 1 of the draft is over. Round 2 starts tomorrow. There's still a lot of things that can happen. So we thank you for being with us tonight on the Orange and Blue Draft Mega Show.
Show!
Last time I will say this, and then I'll let it go. If it's your first time here or you haven't already, please find us on YouTube, like, subscribe, share, and comment. Do the same on Twitter and Facebook. Sorry, X. I always say Twitter. On X and Facebook. Check out the audio version of our podcast everywhere you find your favorites. We are also, we are also partnered with the MHRT network. So please, if you haven't done so already, find them on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and even on Instagram, and shoot them a like, a subscribe, a share, a comment, something. We really appreciate you guys. This has been the Orange and Blue Draft Mega Show, and we appreciate you being here with us. We're going to get out of here, but if we don't see you tomorrow for round 2, we will see you next Tuesday on Nothing Rhymes with Orange and Blue. With that, mile high salute to you, Broncos Country, and the Orange and Blue crew. We are out of here.